Recording in progress.
We are live.
Good morning, everyone. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for April 25th, 2023. We had an item yesterday that is laid over for today. It was a new case, item number 24, 2018-48BZ 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. This was an extension of. This is a, as I mentioned, it's an application for an extension.
Oh, sorry, let me start all over again. Mike, can you hear me now?
Yes, this is better.
Okay. So a proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing was not required for extension of time. This is an application for an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy for an existing automotive and gasoline service station pursuant to BSA rule number 1.07.3D2. A revised statement of fact was provided yesterday. I hope everybody had an opportunity to review it. Great. Okay. And I thank the applicant for making those corrections. The reason for delay has been provided, which is partly that because of the COVID, there's been delay in getting all the reviews done. And while all the documents related to receiving a certificate of occupancy is already, it was not obtained because the condition of securing a certificate of occupancy within a certain time frame had lapsed. So the applicant is requesting an extension of 12 months to obtain the certificate of occupancy. I don't have any issues with it. Vice Chair Shibata.
I think this was reasonable. I have no exceptions to this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, I'm satisfied. I have no comments.
Do we need, can we close it now? Or do we need to close it that way?
We will.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. I also, again, I want to reiterate that we are transitioning to hybrid. Commissioners will be meeting in person at 22 Reed Street, absent any unforeseen extraordinary circumstances pursuant to board's adopted rule. The emergency order permitted us to hold hearing fully remote, which is still in place. Our hybrid model will not require applicants and public to appear in person. So this is the second day of our hybrid hearing from Spector Hall. Okay.
We will continue with the zoning calendar, the BZ calendar, continued hearings, item number 27, calendar number 2021-41BZ, 22-38 Cummings Street, Manhattan.
Okay. I am still scrolling through my notes and I apologize for that.
Please, just a reminder, this is a review session and no public testimony is provided during the review session portion.
Okay. So the application was last heard on November 15th. the board had directed the applicant to reduce the building massing, its height. As I had stated at earlier hearings, the uniqueness, self-created hardship, these two elements of the five findings were met. And based on my initial review of the financial report that has been submitted as part of the new submission, it seems it has responded to the comments that were raised by the board, but I look towards Commissioner Otley Brown for her comments regarding this matter. One of the outstanding element for me was the minimal and the neighborhood character. And I would say I'm satisfied with the revised plan, which further reduces the building height and density from 9-story residential building with 132 dwelling units with 50 parking spaces to development that would be 8 stories, 121 dwelling units with 49 parking spaces. And the applicant is seeking a reduction of 12 parking spaces as 61 would have been required pursuant to the underlying zoning. In addition, the building facade has been improved and is respectful of the surrounding context. The degree of the non-compliance for the building height would reduce further to 89-foot height. The required is a 80-foot building height. So this is an increase of 9 foot from the maximum permitted building height. And the street wall height would also would remain the same, but it's an increase of 4 feet. Required street wall height is maximum required street wall height is 65 feet. So I really am very satisfied with the application. I just want I'm looking at my comments. The applicant has revised the statement of findings and has clarified the revised plan and the proposal. We did receive several letters of objections from the neighbors, and I do appreciate the concern the community has raised. I just kind of want to remind everybody, whoever is listening in, regarding the subject site. Now, the area was rezoned as part of the Inwood rezoning, and this particular subject site was rezoned to an R7A, though a contextual envelope. But it is not located within the Inwood Special District, which mandates inclusionary housing, because several of the letters we received cited that affordable housing should be provided. That is not within our purview. I just kind of wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Thank you. Right, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I found this, the uniqueness finding. I did also find that there is a hardship here. I reviewed the financials. I was satisfied with them, but I'm eager to hear what Commissioner Otley Brown, her finding is on that. I believe the neighborhood character with the reduction, I believe the both D and E are met. The neighborhood character is not compromised by this project, and that this is a minimal ask. I want to applaud the applicant for hearing our comments and responding to them adequately. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So during the last hearing, I had requested that the financial analyst address the difference in the fallout rate for the different as of right scenarios, which tends to be a positive cap rate, but lower than the proposed cap rate that they suggested would make the equations work. And they provided that analysis that I asked for. And while the fallout rates in as of right C and as of right B are less than the proposed cap rate, if you look at the income from the apartments and you look at Street Easy Research, the income that the analyst has assumed for the apartments, it falls near the top end of the range of the market in this neighborhood. which suggests that there isn't that much more upward trajectory for the income at this time. And the way in which the cap rate works is the lower the cap rate, the lower the risk. And oftentimes investors will accept the low cap rate if they believe that the upside potential to income is great. And so there are like a number of historic sales in which investors accepted extremely low cap rates because the idea behind it was when we get our hands on this project, we can turn over the leases and almost double our income. And so they were willing to pay a high price for a property that had a low income with the idea that within 10 years, they're going to double or triple their income. That's not the case here because what they're projecting is very close to the top of the market for this neighborhood. And so therefore, I don't think that we need to pressure the cap rate down further. So that was the last part of the analysis that I requested. And I feel that I found their arguments very persuasive that a 4.5 cap rate is what should be assumed here. And that basically sets the proposed apart from the other as of right. So I feel like they satisfied the B and the E finding here. So I have no more questions on any part of this application. And I'm ready to support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. The current proposal, I believe they call it Proposal F now, is significantly reduced from what is initially proposed. I believe this is a positive move. We're moving in the positive direction. The second thing I want to point out is that now the hardship claim to rock excavation, rock bolting, SOE is now withdrawn. The applicant decided to cease that argument. A letter was submitted recently, I believe last week, indicating that the topographic of the site and the elevated subgrade condition, rock or soil subgrade condition, are causing hardship because of the limitations that they impose on the like reaching the maximum zoning envelope. So my understanding now is the rock excavation and related cost items are out of that hardship claim. They are not out of the cost, to be clear. They are factored in, which is okay for me, but they are out of the hardship argument. With that being said, since the hardship is because of the limitation on the zoning envelope, I would defer to my colleagues on that, and I'm satisfied with the application for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree that the project has been reduced and seems more in scale with the neighborhood. I have a few comments that are not necessarily major, but let me go through them. First, there's a typo on Z003 in the most recent set of plans. It still states it's a 9-story building on the zoning analysis chart, so that should be updated to 8 stories. I believe the base
Commissioner Yoon, what is the page number you mentioned?
Z003. I believe that the basement may technically be a cellar because more than 50% of the height of the basement or cellar is below the base plane. So I think the architect may need to take another look at that and possibly revise the ZFA based on whether the basement is a cellar. And that's based on the 1210 definitions of basement versus cellar, according to if you're measuring height of the building by base plane. I'm going to share my screen really quickly.
Executive Director Carlo Costanza is raising his hand.
Yeah, Commissioner Yoon, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so this would implicate floor area calculations?
It would implicate the calculations only in that a cellar would be exempt from ZFA, I believe, whereas a basement would not. This is only a tiny portion where you enter the building. The parking does not anyway, I believe, count as ZFA. I don't think it has any substantive impact on the project. It's just when I was digging through and trying to compare previous and current, I realized that it could possibly be defined as a cellar. That's for the architect to confirm, but just wanted to bring it up. I don't think it will have any significant impact on the overall ZFA, and that's the floor area is not part of the waivers being requested here.
That's true.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. I only stated that it's just to ensure that the applicants coordinate all the papers then accordingly. So there's no discrepancies among documents.
Okay, got it.
So they might need to like fix the plan and the zoning analysis as well. The zoning analysis to fix the
Right, right.
area.
But I mean, let's hear what the applicant has
Yeah,
to
I
say
understand.
today, but
If,
yeah,
if they buy our,
there would need to be minor modifications made to the floor area.
I think another way to look at it is what they have provided from secret term point of view. It's like a reasonable, it's the worst case. They're factoring in a basement, which sometimes counts towards floor area, depending upon what kind of use that's there. But as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, that if it's used for parking, then per floor area definition, it doesn't count to, if it's an accessory parking, it doesn't count towards
Below 23 feet.
below
above.
the height of
Yeah,
23
yeah.
feet, it doesn't count towards floor area. So it's kind of, so far we have been reviewing a very worst case kind of maximum building floor area. But if it is a cellar, then the floor area reduces even further. But as pointed out by Commissioner Yoon, the action before is not for a floor area waiver, it's as of right, it's really the height.
Right.
And
Yeah, solely bringing it up for accuracy versus any impact to the discussion at hand today. Similarly, the construction cost, I was comparing on the left, you'll see the economic analysis provided in October, and on the right, you have what was provided in April. The residential square footage has decreased. The overall gross square footage has decreased, but some factors have increased, including wood flooring, interior fit out, aluminum framed entrances and storefront, toilet and bath accessories. They are minor numbers. I don't think they actually make a significant impact to the overall conclusion here, but I'd like for the applicant to explain why some of these numbers have increased when the fit out area seems to have decreased. In addition, I have one bone to pick. On the left, sorry, now this is switched, so I'm sorry that's confusing, but on the left, you see what was submitted in April, and on the right, you see what was submitted in October. This is sheet, I believe it's A800, yeah. One thing that is hard for us is when we rely on renderings to determine the scale of the building in its surrounding context. You can see here that the height of the building to the right of the proposal hits at the top, maybe at the bottom of the sixth floor here, but it hits at the top of the sixth floor on the right.
And so just for all the viewers, the drawing that Commissioner Yoon is referring to was proposed option E, which was submitted in October.
Correct.
And in that, she's comparing the rendering of that in relation to the abutting building, right?
Yes.
Okay.
E was on the right. So I also just want to, I also double checked. We have the current one on top, and we have the October scheme E on the bottom. The sectional elevational floor heights have not changed. The overall height of the base height, the street wall height, has not changed, but yet in the renderings, sorry, let me pull that back up again. You can see that the comparative height to the neighboring building is different. That sort of misrepresentation is hard for us when we're trying to make decisions on the scale of a building, and when anybody is looking at these renderings based on what's existing and what's proposed. So I'd like for the applicant to just talk about why we have this discrepancy here, and to confirm that what we're looking at in the most recent scheme F renderings is accurate based on the actual built context.
Yes, Commissioner Shatta?
Yeah, could that be because of the difference in the base elevation in the two cases? Because I saw that like the previous calcs for that base elevation was different from, the current calculations. So it might be, that's why.
So below is the October, the scheme E, and on top is scheme F. And the base plane is still 50.89.
Okay.
The elevation heights of, when you check each floor to floor, I don't believe they've changed. They're still 9'8" with a 14-foot and change ground floor. So
Can I, sorry, go ahead.
could it be the angle is ever so slightly off between this most recent submission and the past submission? If you put them back up again, it looks like it could be that the angle is off, is what I'm thinking.
I was thinking more along similar line, but if you look at and I think Commissioner Yoon, you may have mentioned it initially, if you look at the abutting building where the roof is, and that roof line matches up with the October initial setback line.
Yes.
Whereas even though per plan, that roof line is same under the new revised proposed plan, I think what happened, they may have not scaled the building properly when I don't know.
Yeah.
I assume it's a
I think
Photoshop
that's
error.
probably it, but
That's-
like, I don't think we should opine on it, let the applicant say, but I do probably think it's
And you
a
never,
simple Photoshop.
yeah,
like,
it's probably
error.
Photoshop error. When you set up a view, you usually don't want to change it because you've already got everything set up in this
Right.
view and you just redo the rendering. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring it up because we made some comments as a board based on where the street wall height was relative to the neighboring context based on this rendering last time. And so it's important for us to know which one is correct and for the applicant to explain that.
And
discrepancy.
while I think Commissioner Yoon, you have these photo, one of the things we had asked the applicant was to move that vertical portion of the building along Seaman, reduce that. And that, if you can look at the revised rendering, it has been pushed back. The dormer element has been removed. That was a dormer element we were referring to, that needed to be removed, and that has been removed. And it does look, I mean, if I were to eyeball it to, if that line, the street wall is lining up with the parapet of the abutting building, then it does significantly change the appearance of the building. Yeah, a good catch, Commissioner.
That being said, I appreciate the changes that have been made, and I know that they were not small architecturally to redesign the floor plan, so I have, I think, no further comments.
Okay.
A reminder to the public, this is a review session. No public testimony is permitted during the review session. Only on the public hearing session will the testimony be permitted. Continued hearings, item number 28, calendar number 2022-38-BZ, 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. The initial hearing was held on this application on January 24th. Board had expressed concerns about the massing and the bulk of the building. In response to the comments raised, the applicant has reduced the scope of the waivers by reducing the height and eliminating the parapet height waiver. Plans have been revised accordingly. The parapet wall height is now at 4 foot. The bulkhead has been modified, and the dome-shaped structures are all within the permitted sky exposure plane. So I do want to thank the applicant for being responsive to much of our comments. However, I do have some concern regarding the 42-foot high sukkah that is being proposed. I completely understand the applicant's justification that was made that the sukkah height has to be 42 foot so that it is viewable from the uppermost reach of the gallery space, and that it has to be open to sky. And with that, those two critical elements that were identified at the hearing, I am proposing an alternative, and I would like the applicant to respond to that at the hearing, is when I look at the plan, and I don't know if anybody can pull up the revised proposed plan. Give me 1 second. And it would be more the, I got it. You got it? Yeah, 1 second. It would be the topmost gallery. Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Young. We are going to this one. So the blue shaded area along the rear lot line is the area that is being encroached by the proposed sukkah. And the gallery space is located outside that blue shaded area. So my proposal, my suggestion, and I would like the applicant to answer, is it possible to slant the roof down from that 30-foot rear yard and reduce the degree of the waiver? And this can be a glass structure that is open. There are similar skyline type of structures that are very much existing and have been in existence for a long time, in addition to a completely open roof over the flat portion of the remaining sukkah. So this would allow it to be visible from all the gallery spaces, from the topmost gallery level. At the same time, it would still be open to the sky, and it would also achieve what I am concerned can set as precedence, is to reduce the degree of the waiver with regards to sukkah space without compromising the programmatic element. So I would like the applicant to respond to that. I do want to thank the applicant for providing a very detailed sound analysis because that question was asked as to why the open area from the gallery has to be so large. Why can't it be smaller, and that way some of the waivers and along the rear yard can be reduced? And the applicant to that effect had stated that the sound needed to travel naturally without any mechanical amplification. And to that argument, the applicant has provided a very detailed sound analysis, and I really have no further comments regarding that. Just a couple of house cleaning. The note in the subcellar should be not for catering and banquet. Label the kitchen as warming kitchen. On the plan set, the existing building has been gray toned. However, the existing building to remain is 3 stories or about 40 foot high. So when I'm looking at the proposed plan and sections, the existing building has been gray toned on all the proposed floor beyond the height of 40 foot. So that needs to be revised. It only should be gray toned up to the height of about 40 feet, the existing building height. The rest is an additional ask that is being proposed. So please revise that. Another little, I think it's more like an architect in me is picking that up. And it's not something that I'm saying you should do it. Just keep that in mind. I totally appreciate the applicant reducing, or actually not reducing, moving the bulkhead where the dome structures are away from the sky exposure plane. However, there are these vertical columns that are initially, basically it's an appearance of the vertical column that is holding the dome shape. But now the vertical columns still remains in its original location, and the dome structure has been shifted away. So it almost looks like the dome has been purposefully moved to keep it compliant. So I think there are ways of architecturally lining up those vertical columns with the dome without it compromising the aesthetics of the building. So just something for the architect to look at, and it's not something that I'm going to weigh in or require as a change. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I have nothing further to add.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I also found this submission to be very helpful in understanding the acoustics of the large spaces and why they needed to be designed in the way in which they were designed. So I have. What was that?
So we ignore it.
Okay.
It's a sound issue.
Good one. Commissioner Shetta.
I have no issue with the sound analysis performed. For my curiosity, I just want to ask them about the methodology that was done. They provided some diagrams, if they can just like teach me how they like came up with these. Is it the software? Is it the spreadsheet? Just for my curiosity. That would be much appreciated. My understanding is that my first impression on this, when it's done, I was like, why? They could just put some speakers upstairs and we're done. You don't have to let the sound propagate or travel through space. But my understanding now is that this is a religious issue for them. So they don't like to transmit sound through wires. They want to let it travel through air, and I'm fine with that. I see that the sound analysis that was submitted is satisfying or explaining why they need to get these large openings from the cantor space all the way up to the worshiper spaces. And I appreciate that they eliminated the 2 minarets, they moved them away from the sky's exposure, and I believe that the application now is in much better shape. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated. I have 2 kind of nitpicky things. One is that there are 2 elevations that we still haven't seen, and those are the ones that face the rear portions of the building that would face the adjacent neighbors, and that's an important elevation for the community. So it'd be great to see what those are going to look like. Also, the sections show the guardrail around the openable succa roof at 36 inches high, which is not high enough per code. So I think you need to go up to 42. Those are my only comments. I have no other objections.
So it needs to be 40 inches, the guardrail.
42
40.
minimum.
New cases. Item number 29. Calendar number 2022-40-BZ 334 Van Duzer Street, Staten Island.
We have received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community board has voted, it was a very close vote, voted to approve, 15 in favor, 13 opposed, and 1 abstain. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop an as of right 2-family residential use on the subject zoning lot. The applicant is seeking a waiver of lot width requirement. The subject site was owned in conjunction with adjoining lot 21 as of December 8, 2005, and therefore does not qualify as an existing small lot, and thus is seeking a waiver just of the lot width requirement. It meets the lot area requirement, and the proposal is to comply with all the underlying regulation of zoning district R3X. So apart from, as I said, apart from the minimum lot width, the proposed development is in compliance with the underlying zoning regulation. The applicant did not provide a description for the as of right development on the site, which I think in this case would be nothing can be built, but the applicant needs to state that very clearly and the reason for it. With regards to the findings of 7221, finding A, that is related to uniqueness, the applicant states that based on the underlying zoning regulations applicable today, the subject site is not developable because of the minimum lot size, lot width requirement. Need to apply the required lower density growth management area that is applicable to Staten Island. And it states that it requires when 2 or more buildings are located on a zoning lot, the applicable minimum lot area requirement shall be multiplied by the number of such buildings. And I think that also means the total lot width should be whatever the minimum lot width requirement times 2. And since this site was commonly held with the abutting lot, which is, I think, lot 21. I may have the lot number correct. Abutting lot is lot 21. That lot, abutting lot 21 is also under, does not meet the lot width requirement. So if you were to combine those two, the total combined lot width would be less. And so you couldn't develop this parcel even if they were one zoning lot. That's really what I am trying to get a clarification from the applicant, and applicant should respond to that. And so with that in mind, keeping that applicable zoning regulation of low density growth management that is applicable in Staten Island in mind, the uniqueness chart also needs to be revised for lots that are held in common ownership, which are highlighted in the uniqueness chart in yellow. So I believe therefore sites L, M, N, P, and U are similarly situated as a subject lot, as new development would not be feasible as of right on the vacant land. So uniqueness argument needs to be better documented and responded to. Financing is not applicable in this case. The neighborhood context, since the building complies with all other regulations, the proposed development will not be out of context. But more importantly, we need to look at the self-created hardship on this case. As I mentioned, the subject lot, which is 23, and the abutting lot, lot 21, were under common ownership till 2017. The subject side and the abutting lots were created prior to the 1916 zoning regulation. Also, the common ownership did not benefit, and this is what the applicant needs to establish in its self-created hardship. Also, I believe that common ownership did not benefit the abutting lot. That is, the existing building that sits on lot 21 did not enlarge and it remained same. So in 2003, the area was rezoned from R32 to R3X. And based on the underlying zoning regulations applicable today and prior to 2003 rezoning, the subject site was not developable because of the minimum lot width requirements. Because in an R2 zoning district also, the required lot width was 40 foot wide with a minimum of lot area of 3,800 for a single and two family detached and zero lot line building. And for two family semi-detached and minimum lot area was width was 33 feet. So in the lower density growth management area. So even in an R32 district that it was previously zoned, the subject lot could not have been built, and same thing with the abutting lot could not have been rebuilt. Applicants submitted couple of BSA cases. I want to call out BSA case number 3405. And I think similar to case BSA case 6405, the applicant needs to demonstrate that both the lots were separate tax lots under common ownership on December 15, 1961 till 2017. And also the applicant needs to show if lot 77, which is kind of a landlocked lot, and the subject lot if they were commonly held. I believe the ask is minimal, but the applicant needs to address this finding, needs to revise a uniqueness finding, needs to update the self-created hardship, and I think those are my starting points with regards to this. Otherwise, I really don't have much issue with proposal as itself. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I second your comments. I just want to add that this lot was created in 1835 when it was developable on its own because it was prior to the 1961 zoning resolution. I believe that the applicant should respond to what you requested, but I don't have a particular issue with this matter.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown. Thank you.
I have no additional comments. I think this is a fairly minimal ask and I'm ready to support it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I'm in the same position. I don't have any comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I'm also in the same position and I have no further comments.
Okay. Okay.
New cases, item number 30, calendar number 2022-46 BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community boards, the executive committee of the community board voted to approve this project. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to enlarge an existing school on the subject zoning lot. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area ratio. This is a corner lot with an existing 5-story school. I just have to say the lot area is missing in the zoning analysis, so it needs to be revised. I have a question with regards to the existing. This is more for my understanding and maybe and in the process understand DOB's interpretation of some certain uses, and that is the 2 existing outdoor play areas located on 2nd and 5th floor are not counted towards existing floor area. And since both of these outdoor play areas are covered on all 4 sides, roof including, what qualifies these spaces as outdoor floor area and are not subject to floor area, since these are not mechanical spaces. And I think the 5th floor outdoor space also has windows, which is very similar to like an indoor gym. So that's why I was curious. And this is more for my academic exercise to understand how DOB considers these to be outdoor play area and therefore not count towards floor area. The applicant is basically proposing to infill the open spaces that are located on the 2nd floor and on the 5th floor, and convert the school from an all boys school to an all girls school. So to that effect, the applicant has submitted a programmatic need argument because the board has recognized schools and religious institutions are entitled to deference per Cornell doctrine, and provided the applicant can justify through their programmatic needs. So as I stated, this school is going to switch from a all boys to all girls school, and also enlarge the facility to meet the growing demand for the girls school. Currently, the school can, I think the current capacity of the school is 471, and I think the girls our enrollment, as I look at the growth chart, is also 471 students. Bedford Avenue site can accommodate 600 students and, no, sorry, my apologies. Currently, the capacity, the enrollment of the girls is 447 girls. And the Bedford Avenue site currently can accommodate 600 students, 60 employees. So the addition of 8 classrooms is being requested, which is converting the 2nd and the 5th floor open space. And this would provide seats for 800 students and an addition of 80 staff. I have a lot of questions with regards to the programmatic need, so please bear with me. The programmatic need left me with a lot of questions. Specifically, the applicant needs to clarify, the report needs to clarify what is K through 9 when in the plans we are seeing elementary, preschool, and high school. So I would like the comparison of the breakdown of K through 9 or K through 12 bit 2 and compare that to elementary, preschool, and high school, so that it's easy for us to look at the chart, the programmatic needs chart, and with the floor plan. Also need a clarification regarding the existing capacity versus proposed. The current school has a capacity for 471 students, 600 students. And the proposed addition of 6,000 square foot would allow for an increase of 330 students. So the numbers are confusing, as the total number of occupants per chart for the proposed enlargement is 907, which is 107 well over if I were to take 800 students plus 80 faculty. So there is so what is being requested is significantly more than what actually programmatically being cited. Or the classroom size are cited. So what is the incremental addition of 4,000 square foot yielding in terms of students? Because I'm factoring in that 2,000 square foot is permitted as of right. The existing building is slightly below the maximum permitted FAR. So if you factor in the maximum permitted FAR, the applicant is requesting an additional 4,000 square foot. So there's a little bit of a confusion on my part as I'm looking at the programmatic need and the growth chart. Furthermore, the growth chart shows a 10-year projection to 2034 to 841 students. This is just counting the classroom occupancy from the programmatic needs report, because I think programmatic needs report says the total amount of students in the occupancy in the classroom is 858. Total in the school is 1296. I'm assuming that is staff and students included. An enrollment year of 2021-2022, up to K9 has a student enrollment capacity of 471. So when the total existing occupancy is just based on classrooms from the PNR, which is the programmatic need, my short form, is over, I think as I'm reading my note, I myself am not making sense. I apologize for that. But what I'm getting at is the growth chart says 2021, 2022, K9, 471. But the programmatic need report says there's 1,192 capacity. So I am just wondering why even need this enlargement when the capacity is already at 1192 and the total number of students that is projected to be would be 800 plus some staffing addition would be well within that 1192. So there's a little bit of a confusion at my end. And also based on the report, it seems the cafeteria would be used by elementary school and high school students at the same time, when the capacity of the cafeteria is 82. And just the number of students that will be enrolled in the high school program is 227. So even if each one of every alternate day, the students from the elementary or the high school use it, it's not going to meet the demand. So the program and the space allocation, the occupancy is not matching up. Also, another question is, do any of the existing spaces within the school have a public assembly license like the student workshop and the cafeteria, since they exceed the 75 occupancy load? Another question I have is with regards to the rooftop. At present, there are 3 outdoor open space. There is the outdoor open space on the 2nd floor. There is an outdoor open space on the 5th floor. And there is an outdoor open space on the roof, which is just about 420 square foot. And I would like to know who uses that, who would use that 420 square foot, because that is proposed to be retained for the future. Who would be using that 420 square foot rooftop open space, and will that be adequate to meet the programmatic need and also any of the state regulations for providing outdoor activity open space for students? So I'm going to jump to the neighborhood context. The proposed enlargement, while will not physically alter the bulk of the existing building, since the space on the 5th floor, though used as an outdoor rooftop play area, is entirely enclosed, the proposed change would only be changing this space to a classroom. So it would not physically change the bulk of the building. However, As I was looking through the Google Street View and the aerial, I just want to bring this to everybody's attention and especially fire department. The existing roof on the 6th floor has a fence located along the parapet. It is not shown on the existing plan or in the proposed plan. What is the height of the existing fence? From the Google aerial, it seems it's definitely 8 feet and more. And my question to fire department is, does it meet the fire department requirement and accessible with regards to accessibility? So my question is, what is the reason for the existing fence? Since the children, since as the programmatic need and the diagrams show, children will not be having access to the entirety of the roof. The children will be only using the 420 square foot of open space, which is fenced in as per the diagram. So in that case, the fence along the parapet must be removed. Otherwise, consider the entire roof as a play area and provide necessary noise attenuation for DEP review. As I said, based on the Google aerial, there is no fence area of 420 square foot on the rooftop play area. If you look at the Google aerial now, it is either not being used as a play area, in which case the noise analysis needs to be revised, or the entire roof is being used as a play area. And in that case, the noise analysis needs to be revised as well as the plans. Also, where the noise monitoring and my question is, where the noise monitoring conducted when the rooftop area was being used by students. Since the schedule for Karan's boys' school was not provided, it is difficult to verify when the noise analysis was conducted. Also, the roof on the 2nd floor will it be accessible to the students? In the rear yard, there's a little portion of the 1st floor. So I wanted to know, and I see a door from the classroom. So I want to make sure that it is not accessible to students. If not, it should not be, and add a note to the plan that no rooftop access for student staff other than for emergency and maintenance purposes shall be provided on the 2nd floor roof. The noise memo only identified 510 Lafayette as having the greatest impact. However, if the entire roof is being used for play area, there will be more sites that will be impacted by the noise. So the noise analysis needs to be revised. I said all of this to say this, which is the neighborhood character does not discuss traffic and pedestrian impact with regards to doubling of the student and staff population. Need to provide trip gen analysis. Will there be an increase in number of school buses? There will be an increase in the number of elementary school students from the existing one. And I do have concerns with regards to the noise. Self-created, the applicant, though has provided the deed, needs to provide a chart, it in a chart form to indicate that there is the issue of the self-created. While the ask is not significant in terms of physical volume, from a programmatically, I have a lot of outstanding questions, and until those are addressed, and also the neighborhood character with regards to traffic and the noise and use of the rooftop, I don't believe the application has met all the findings. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. I had similar difficulties managing the programmatic needs to the ask. And I'm not going to parrot your statements, but I certainly support them. Did we hear from DEP with regard to the, I believe Tracy would like to be heard with regard to a typo on table 4 of the tech memo.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Benke.
Sure. We did discuss the noise analysis with DEP, and as it stands, they accepted the conclusions of the analysis. And the typo, yes, on table 4, it just misnamed the address of Lafayette Avenue. So if that could be fixed.
However, the analysis was based on an open space that would be only 420 square foot contained.
Right.
I'm not convinced that that would be the final use of it, because as it stands today, the existing school, may be using, the second floor and the fifth floor as an outdoor open area, and may not be using the rooftop at all. Or if it is using it, it's definitely not contained within 420 square foot, because there are no fence, that is limiting the 420 square foot. It is the entirety of the roof. So I am very concerned about how it has been represented so far.
Yeah, I have a comment because I'm looking at the drawing.
Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's regarding what you said. I know it's not my
Go ahead.
turn now, but I'm looking at the proposed drawings and I see a proposed 10 feet high fence around the play area at the roof in the proposed drawings.
but only around the 420 square.
Yeah,
feet.
that's correct.
Right,
Yeah.
but not along the parapet. So if you look at the Google aerial,
There is an existing fence.
there is an existing fence along the entire perimeter of the building.
Okay.
There is no fence within the roof with, containing 420 square foot.
So you're asking them to remove the existing one and just
Yeah,
switch
because if the entirety of the rest of the roof is not going to be used for play area, there's no reason for that fence to be there.
That's
she-
correct. Yeah.
Right.
Just I
And
wanted to make
also,
sure.
I
that you-
think it would be an issue with fire department, because we have always heard fire department wanting a direct access from the street. And by having a 10-foot high fence along the entire perimeter, fire department has no way of accessing the site. So it would need to be reviewed by fire department. And the parapet, and since children are not going to use the entirety of the roof, it needs to be removed. And a note should be added, the
To the existing plans that this. fence is
existing
gonna be
and,
there. Yeah.
but I don't care about the existing, it's really the proposed plan, that the roof will not be accessible to the children except for that small portion of 450 square.
Yeah. And that's why you're saying that the play area was not included as floor area and it should have been.
The current plan has a so-called outdoor open play area on the fifth floor. As I understand it, an outdoor open play area is open to sky.
Yeah.
In this case, the outdoor open play area is the fifth floor with a roof on top of it and with walls on all four sides.
Yeah.
In the existing.
So in the existing.
Yes, in the existing.
So that's why I'm just curious for my own learning purposes, is how did DOB come to a determination that it's therefore not a floor area and it's an outdoor open floor area as opposed to an enclosed play area?
Okay.
We see gyms, we see auditoriums on the roof for classes, and they are enclosed and they're counted towards floor area. Even a gym on the roof is counted towards floor area. But if it's open to the elements, it's then not counted towards floor area.
That's not my understanding, but
That's how it's been interpreted by DOB with all school cases. And so I'm just keeping it consistent, but this kind of goes against that also. So that's really why I'm putting that question.
My apology for the interruption. I just wanted, I felt like I'm confused and I was afraid that
No,
if somebody's listening, he's gonna be confused like this.
yeah, I think, I don't know if there is a section that,
This is the existing.
right, so the existing, this
This
is
section.
on the fifth floor. The fifth floor
if you
as shown as an
Want the
outdoor open
section?
space,
Yeah.
and then it has a roof.
it's clear on the section,
And if you look at the section,
that whole area is enclosed.
But if it's wall wise, it's enclosed on two sides
it's enclosed on all four sides.
because of the fence.
No,
No, with a wall,
with walls,
windows.
concrete walls. Can you show the rendering? Actually, the existing photos?
Existing photos.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
The project is already 5 stories tall.
Yeah,
Not sure. Can I share my screen? The Google.
Right,
Yeah.
just one moment.
Yeah.
She's also bringing.
so the fifth floor is that band that is white
Yeah.
on the top. That is an enclosed That is that is considered an open. That is considered an open outdoor play area. Same thing with another white band that's on the second floor. That is also, just scroll up. No, scroll down, I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, this is a very good rendering. On the second floor also,
It's a photo, I think.
there are these netted area, that is the outdoor play area on the second floor.
Okay.
I have never seen a project where DOB has considered those to be not part of floor area.
I believe they counted them. Did you look at the chart?
It is not being counted.
Not pursuant to their existing plans.
I thought they did in the existing.
In the proposed, yes.
In the existing. Hold on.
And the proposed are claiming 900 square feet
Hold on.
and change.
Yeah.
You want to go to the existing fans, page 1?
I'm.
I think we should
First-
just pose this to the.
The chart.
Also, I'm
chart,
not sure,
sure.
this is, that's, I'm not questioning. Mike,
Yeah,
if it's filled in, it counts
Up.
towards floor
The
area.
one up. Yeah.
I don't think that's a question we are debating. I'm just, for me, it's a more of an academic exercise.
The second floor, it's 7,000 and change. That means that the floor, the play area is counted as floor area.
On the second floor. I believe that's true.
Yeah.
I-
But not
it's
on
still
the,
not on the
okay,
fifth.
but not on the fifth floor.
Not on the fifth. Yes, you're right.
Okay, so second,
Because
floor.
on the
Well, it's a
fifth-
reduction because the second floor, the open area is much less. So if you look at the first floor is 7,800. The second floor, it's 7,000 because it's deducting that little small open area that's on the second floor.
It's 1,000.
I don't think that's why. The plans stack with 2 through 4. There's a small area in the back. There's a little tail on the site
I see.
that does not continue past the first.
Got
floor.
it. Okay,
So I
yes, thank
think
you
that
for
the second
reminding.
floor
Yes,
is
thank you for
counted.
reminding.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
the 5th floor is not,
Right.
and I also think that it should have been, so I'm curious.
Right.
also. Sorry, I don't
Okay,
want to cut.
so it's not the second floor, it's really the fifth
Yeah.
floor. Why it's not counted towards
Yeah.
floor area? Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner. Okay, so, but that doesn't change. I mean, if it's going to be filled in, it's going to count towards floor area. That's really what I'm questioning is why programmatically what they're asking is not matching in terms of the need and the ask. And also it's a 10-year projection. I don't think we see 10-year projection. So anyway, Commissioner Otley Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. So to me, this should be a very straightforward application because they're asking for a single-story vertical enlargement to an existing 4-story school. However, their programmatic needs statement and also the inaccuracies and inconsistencies between the statement and the programmatic needs report totally complicate this application far more than is needed. And so I have questions concerning if there are currently 753 boys at this site, why is this site not good enough for the 471 girls that are here when it's going to take 5 years to even get to the 753 number that are currently in the site. So there's that issue. I agree with you. There's a 10-year projection and we don't see the 10-year projection. Also, there's discrepancies in how many classes are actually needed to accommodate K through 12, because in some parts of the statement, it says K through 12, and in other parts of the statement, it says preschool through 12, and I'm not entirely sure what constitutes preschool, how they define preschool, because that'll also determine the number of classes that are actually needed in total to accommodate this growing school. So I think they need a lot of work to straighten all of that information out before we can even begin to analyze the project and determine whether or not it satisfies all of the findings.
I just want to add, I think that work should be done in a submission, not at the hearing. This
Yeah.
is.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah.
They just need to completely have both the report and the statement and also the plans open, look through it and make sure that everything matches.
This is not to be discussed during the hearing because it will
It's
be
just
difficult
too
to
much.
follow. I myself am having difficulty reviewing my own notes. Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I apologize for the interruption. I agree with what being said so far. I do believe that, yes, because of that, and this is actually was my major comment. They are eliminating too much of play area on the second floor at the roof, and it sounds like in the proposed, the only play area that's being utilized is the 400 and change square feet at the roof. I'm not sure why is that? Why would a school eliminate about 2,000 square feet of play area and replacing with just 420? Maybe it's the programmatic needs, but they need to clarify that. And also if currently, and I did look at the Google image, if currently the play area at the roof is surrounded from all four sides, I do believe that they should include them as floor area in the existing, unless they started construction in these like other two sides. Because if you look at the existing plans, they show enclosure on two sides. I can probably
Do you need a sheet shared or anything?
the roof plan. I
Proposed.
share it.
Propo-
Yeah, that one. So if you look here, there is no enclosure in here, same thing. These are the existing plans. If that was the case, that's really existing, I would be like hesitant to say that it should be included, the play area should be included as floor area. Although it's like enclosed here partially and again here. But because there is an existing wall on this side and along that side, I believe that they either should include it or provide clarifications on why it's not included.
I think I really apologize for even raising this. This was more for an academic exercise. For me, it really has no bearing with regards to the ask the applicant has. So I really am, whether they count it towards the existing floor area or not, that's not what's before us. It is that the fact that it's going to be counted towards floor area, which is what is increasing the permitted amount of floor area, and that is the waiver that is seeking, is what's before us. What does make a difference is because it is an enclosed outdoor floor area, and the reason I'm being very, very specific about the term, it is an outdoor floor area that is enclosed because there's a roof on top of it. If you go to the 6th floor, there's a roof that goes from end to end, from property to property. So that means the entirety of it is enclosed from above. Even there is two solid walls on two ends, and then there are along the street frontage, these are walls with windows, which is what's evident from the existing photos and from the existing elevation. So what physically looks like there is really no change that is happening, because you have this enclosed outdoor open space and you're just changing the use from an outdoor play area to a classroom. My academic exercise, which has no bearing with the ask of FAR, is how did DOB come to a conclusion that this is not counting towards floor area? That's all.
Okay.
That's all. Okay. Do you have any other comments?
No,
on the
thank you.
programmatic? Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I do think that it's important to know why or how they were able to get that approved, or if they weren't. I think that not showing the fence and having a 5-story fully enclosed school when, in my experience, something like that most certainly counts towards bulk and floor area. There's also one outstanding ECB violation that states that there's an observed 5-story school fully enclosed and occupied. There's no C of O. So I think that there's a lot of questions here on how this project was approved and why there's no C of O for the current occupancy. And why they're not documenting the fence on the existing plans or on the proposed plans. I think all of that needs to be addressed in the review session. There's also been one objection that was submitted about traffic congestion, and I live in the neighborhood. I walk by the site almost every day, and there is always a number of buses double parked on both Lafayette and Bedford. And I think that while again, maybe the DEP review was based on a minimal ask, I think we have some questions about what the larger population increase will do to the existing traffic congestion. But this also just, I believe, echoes what you were saying, Chair, about traffic and noise. I will say, in my experience as an architect, I believe any railing over 4'6" or any parapet over, I believe, 3'8" on a roof constitutes an enclosure that would then trigger floor area. I don't believe schools are exempt from this, but anyway, I would like for the applicant anyway to address the fence, the tall fence at the top of the building. There's also, when I was at the site, this was on, I think, April 11th, and I've noticed this about this site because I walk by it a lot. On the ground floor, there are existing construction fences on significant portions of the frontage. You can see here they're covered in graffiti. And then there's been, I thought that the project was under construction for a long time. So I'd like for the applicant to explain what is occurring, what remains to be done from the construction prior to this grant, and to explain what's the timeline for removing these temporary construction fences and for finishing the facade here on the second floor. It looks like it's now enclosed.
So that's very interesting. So it seems already construction has started to use up that open space and convert that into classroom. And I do not know then on the 5th floor if that similar measure has already happened, where the outdoor play area, which had walls on all 4 sides, now also has windows. I don't know.
They should just refile as a legalization.
Yeah, it should then be a legalization of the proposed plan, of the existing plan.
I mean, it's not like the board doesn't consider legalizations, so
Of course.
they should just state it though, instead
should
of
state
skirting
it.
around it.
And it's a little disturbing and disconcerting, also, I mean, that doesn't take away the programmatic need. The programmatic need still is all over the place and needs to be responded to. And I still have the question with regards to what's happening on the 6th floor versus the 420 square foot of open area. Because that does speak to the neighborhood context and noise issue. Okay,
New cases, item number 31, calendar number 2023-07-BZ 2386 Jerome Avenue, the Bronx.
okay, we have received proof of service for initial filing and proof of hearing, community board recommendation. We have not received it. I believe it is scheduled for hearing, or it was scheduled for hearing last week. So maybe it's in the process of being finalized. This is an application for a modification of required yard adjoining a residential district pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-50 to legalize a newly constructed community facility building on the subject site, subject zoning lot. So the applicant is seeking a waiver of 7550, which says that in appropriate cases for zoning lots with single frontage, BSA may permit primary business entrances, which is not applicable in this. It says, in addition, in appropriate cases, board may waive the requirements for rear yards or side yards set forth in section 3329 or 4330, or the requirements for front yard as set forth in section 34233. There aren't any findings associated with it. The board, it just says board shall prescribe appropriate conditions and safeguard. So in this commuter district, a 30-foot rear yard is required, and above the height of 23 feet. The subject site has a commercial overlay. So it can build up to the height of 23 feet, and then the second floor and above has to be set back 30 feet from the rear lot. However, this building was built based on a approved DOB permit and has been operating as a medical facility since 2013. So the applicant is requesting a legalization of 3-story and is citing that the removal of the rear portion of the floor on floors 2 and 3 would result in an inadequate efficient floor plate for the medical operation. And the existing tenant would need to be removed or relocated to demolish and reconstruct the wall to the depth of 30 foot, and that this would result in a financial burden. So I looked at the surrounding context and the build condition. The adjacent to this site is a 5-story PS 033 school, which is almost built to the lot line and maintains less than 20 foot of rear yard abutting the residential use. While this subject lot and the school does abut residential homes along the rear lot line, I think the applicant reasoning for not being able to achieve a 30 foot now that it's built, I am sympathetic and I'm satisfied with it. However, I do want the applicant to provide a little bit of the rear yard study to show how many of the buildings are encroaching above the height of 23 feet along the rear lot line. And the roof on top of the first floor, it seems like it's a passive roof. I don't want the applicant to clarify that, but I did not have any other questions. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I did not find that this was adverse to the community. I believe that this architectural error, as inconvenient as it may have been, is serving the community, and I have no objections to this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown,
I have no additional questions.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The only question I have is, was this a simplified application by the architect?
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
I have one comment.
Sure.
I did receive a email from the district manager from the community board, and they held a land use committee meeting on April 20th, which was Thursday night. And they're going to the full board. Sorry, I lost the email. I had it up and, oh, here we go. They are going to the full board on May 24th.
Did the land use committee have a recommendation?
They said that they just recommended that it be presented to the general board.
Okay. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
New cases, item number 32, calendar number 2022-81BZ, 204-34, 45th Drive, Queens.
We received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community board voted to disapprove the application 16 for approval and 20 opposed. Community board's recommendation letter also states that board members requested a 5-year term and improve the signage at the Marathon Parkway entrance to read entrance only, no exit, and planting be maintained. So I was a little confused because I don't think any of those sites are, it is not relevant to the subject site. So I did not see it in the committee report, but it was there in the resolution. So I was a little confused. One letter of objection has been received, and the objection states that removal of front yard will impact the neighborhood. Consistency of building and outlook on the style is critical. So this is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to develop an as-of-right residential use on the subject zoning lot. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the front yard. It is a corner lot, therefore 2 front yards are required, and it's in an irregular triangulated shape lot that is kind of a leftover from when Clearview Expressway Service Road was built. And we have seen another case I think a few months ago, where a similarly situated corner lot, which was a leftover of the Clearview Expressway, is affected by the fact, A, it's an irregular shaped lot, and B, it's a corner lot which requires 2 front yards, and therefore that leaves very little space for a reasonable size floor plate to build an as of right use on the subject site. I just have one question, and that is the site in this case kind of narrows and then again further narrows. And there is so what I wanted to know is what is the width of the lot at the midway point, which is 100 feet from 45th Drive. I could not establish that from the survey. The proposed development complies with all other bulk regulations and density regulation except for the front yard requirement for corner lot sites, which requires 2 front yards along Clearview Expressway and 44th Drive, each 15-foot and 10-foot deep. The only thing the applicant also needs to do in the proposed plan and section as an elevation, the applicant needs to indicate the area of non-compliance. And we can provide a sample if that is helpful for the applicant. The applicant has provided the uniqueness study and states that there are 2 other vacant corner lots that are similarly situated, and one was the site of the subject site of a variance, which I discussed earlier. So I do not have, I'm satisfied with the uniqueness finding the applicant has provided. I do believe that the proposed use on this site, which will convert this vacant site into a habitable space with a 2-story, 1-family detached, will be very much in context with the neighborhood. So my next question is with regards to self-created. Lots 16, 18, and 42 are under same ownership, currently based on the list of affected properties. Now, I want the applicant to provide an ownership history of these 3 lots. Lot 16 and subject lot 18, if combined and reapportioned, could it provide 2 zoning lots that comply with the R31 zoning regulation and allow for an as-of-right detached home on the subject lot? Also, couldn't the apportionment also benefit lot 42 with its lot area? And the reason I'm saying it is currently lot 16 lot area is 4,999. The requirement is 3,800. So it doesn't suffer from any of the underlying regulation. Subject lot also doesn't suffer from the lot area requirement because it's 5,928. The requirement is 3,800. The other lot, which is towards the tail end of the triangle, suffers from lot area requirement, which is 3,241 square feet. And the lot 16 has a lot width of 50 foot. The subject lot is 30 foot wide, and the other lot, lot 42, is 32 foot wide. The requirement is 40 feet. So if lot 18 and lot 16 are reapportioned, one could achieve 40-foot wide lot that are each 3,800 square feet without compromising either lot 16, and then therefore it would allow for an as-of-right building on lot 18. And whatever little portion of that triangle that's at the tip can be apportioned to lot 42. And this way, lot 42 would increase in floor area, lot area, and would be more compliant. So this is just a question I have as to why that has not been considered, or if that is not feasible, because if it is, then it doesn't even need to come before us for a variance. So I think the ask is minimal. I just want the applicant to clarify the self-created hardship. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I was satisfied with this application. It was my understanding that the lot was created as a result of eminent domain for the creation of the Clearview Expressway. I am interested in hearing about the ownership history. I do know that the adjacent lot is owned by I believe a corporation, or this lot's owned by a corporation. The adjacent lot is a member, and someone in this in this corporation is a member in this corporation is an owner of the adjacent lot. So the history would be relevant, but so I'm going to reserve my final position on it, but as of yet, I am in support of the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm asking them to submit a FEMA map because I haven't seen one, even in the drawings. And I do agree that the only issue that needs to be addressed is the self-created hardship. So if this is being passed, I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Excuse me, Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with your comments, Chair, and I have no further comments.
Okay,
I have a minor comment.
sure. Yes, Ms. Prenger? Go ahead.
You said when you read the community board recommendation, they mentioned the planting, that they wanted it to comply with planting. Maybe they were, this is conjecture, but maybe they were referring to the 23-451 zoning for the front yard planting requirement. I'm not sure, but
It was not very clear. And the fact that it also talked about Marathon Parkway entrance to read only entrance and not exit.
okay,
I
yeah, that
was-
makes a lot of.
That's
that
why I was
doesn't-
confused
yeah.
if it was even relevant to the subject cited.
It might be because there was some talk about commercial vehicles parking in that lot and it was blacktopped. That was in the
Hmm.
so, but
Okay.
again, I don't think it's relevant to what we're discussing today.
Okay, okay. Maybe the applicant can shed some light on this matter. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I
Shea.
have a question that might be beneficial to the community board here. Have we, and this is for you, Chair and Commissioner Brown, because you probably we're here for a long time. Have we ever before granted a variance for residential development with a term? The community
Never.
board is asking for a
Never.
term. This
No.
kind of weird for me.
No.
And even it doesn't make sense.
No, the only term is that standard is within 4 years. The applicant, the special permit, the variance. I think the certificate of occupancy has to be obtained within 4 years.
Yeah.
That's the only limit of time frame that we could.
Not for the use itself.
No,
No, because it's an
would
as of right
be-
use.
And it
That'd be
doesn't
an
make
awful
sense.
thing.
What?
Yeah.
If something is not.
Do you think we
I
have
guess
an
you just have to-
incorrect,
you know,
incorrect
you gotta-
community
Talk about it,
board
yeah.
in the file? The recommendation might be incorrect.
That's a good point, maybe.
But it says the address, actually. This is the address.
I think we can ask the applicant to move on.
Yeah, we can ask the applicant or maybe reach out to the community board directly and ask for a clarification. Maybe they can resubmit their, maybe it was just a typo. Yeah, there were several cases that being considered.
Happens all the time.
Okay,
The vote was kind of a split. It's 16-20. It's.
Yeah, and the other site that I was referring to that the board voted on a few months ago, which was also a vestige of the eminent domain from the Clearview Expressway. In that also the community board had opposed this.
Well, but-
So I'm not surprised by the board's
Okay.
vote. And they're citing the same argument.
They have a position against what they call sliver lots.
Sliver lots, exactly. Thank you.
And so I think it was pretty clear in the discussion that this being a sliver lot was the reason why it was voted against.
Yes. In the committee report, it was very clear. Yes.
They have a very long history of that dating back to when I came on the board. They view those corner slivers as yard and should never be developed on, even if they are developable.
Mhm,
They routinely disapprove.
mhm, mhm.
I think, just so that we're all on the same page, when you look at the block, and obviously it's tapered, but it's a 31-foot wide lot. And you have many 20-foot wide lots on the
Right.
block. In addition, there's some larger ones, but
Yeah, I mean.
seems
the-
hard to
the-
say it's a sliver in comparison to the surrounding context.
You're absolutely right, Commissioner.
it
And many of,
does.
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, please.
I think many of these small, narrower lots have benefited from being built prior to, I would say, even the 1916 zoning resolution, maybe even or definitely before 1961 zoning resolution. So they benefited from that and were able to build without having to provide all the currently required yards, depths and widths, which the proposed development then hence suffers being late in the game.
Right.
Sorry, Vice Chair Shabeta.
No, I don't, I think it's best. We'll move on.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, bring it up.
Alright.
Item, new cases, item number 33, calendar number 2022-83-BZ, 20 Jolene Lane, Staten Island.
Okay. So we have received proof of service for initial filing and public hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. This is an application for a yard variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to enlarge an existing single-family as of right residential use on the existing zoning lot. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the rear yard equivalent, which is under zoning resolution section 23-532, because this is a through lot. The lot fronts on Jolene Street on one side, which is the active street and built and mapped. And the other portion of the lot is fronting on a mapped but unbuilt street called Surf, Surf Avenue. So because it's a through lot, therefore, by definition, in lower density zoning, in lower density growth management area applicable to Staten Island, the zoning only allows, as we know, though, there are three ways to address rear yard equivalent on through lots. But for lots that are located in lower density growth management area, only one of the three options can be exercised, and that is the rear yard equivalent of a 60-foot depth has to be located in the midway point of the through lot. In this case, the existing building already is encroaching within that rear yard equivalent area. And the proposal is to enlarge the building vertically and maybe add a little bit more to the ground floor. So the waiver is not for any of the FAR or side yard, any of the requirement is for the rear yard encroachment. I think the subject site is very unique. And I would say, for that matter, this subject block is unique because this is one of the few blocks that seem to be suffering from that there are these, there are lots on this block. Some of them are through lots, but the street is mapped but not built. And some of these already have existing homes that are located within the rear yard equivalent. And so I think in this case, zoning regulation, especially the low density growth management regulation, is a little bit of a mismatch with regards to the existing zoning law that pre-existed the zoning resolution of 1961. So I'm very satisfied with this application. It meets all the findings with regards to the uniqueness, neighborhood character. Though the self-created hardship, the deed studies have not been provided, I think in this case, I don't think it is necessary because even if it was adjoined with abutting lots, since the low density growth management requires the rear yard equivalent to be located in the midway, having a wider lot wouldn't have allowed them to provide the rear yard equivalent on the sides, which is generally what would be allowed if it were not in a low density growth management area. So in this case, having a wider lot wouldn't have rescued them from this ask. So I don't think self-created hardship in this case is needed. I welcome feedback on this one from the commissioners. So I'm very satisfied with this application and the ask is reasonable. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. This is a minimal ask. This is not self-created. The building was placed there prior to the enactment. I'm satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't seen a FEMA map again. I do believe because this is almost a waterfront property, I'm not sure if this is a flood zone, but if it is, we need to like add the typical notes that we're not waiving like the appendix G requirements.
Not waiving appendix G or any of the flood regulations. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay. All right. This concludes our review session. Should we take a 10-minute break and then we let the
Oh,
public
Deputy
assemble?
Counsel Yas Arpan has her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Deputy Counsel, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, could you turn on your camera on your personal laptop?
Can I do that after? I have a reason for it because when I did it yesterday, my computer was slowing down significantly. And
Okay,
so I'll try to, you will see my site profile. Let me do that. Is this better? You can
yes, it's just clearer when you were speaking because all the other commissioners have theirs on as well. And just an issue of note keeping, there's one person, Kate London, who's had their hand raised for most of this hearing. I'm going to lower all attendees' hands during the break so that when we call for the applications, okay. So Kate London has lowered their hand, so no more issue. Thank you. That's it.
And just for everybody's note, we will start with the Highland Boulevard case for the public hearing, and then we will go to Cummings. So those who are waiting to, waiting to join in for Cummings, there is a case before Cummings, so please keep that in mind. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 11:40, so
We will be back on the record at 11:50
50. Yes.
and the public hearing will be at that time. Thank you.
Ah.
It shouldn't.
Please mute and
No,
shut off the camera.
it's just.
Just a reminder that we're still on the record.
Only $75 around here. It's crazy.
Good morning, everyone. We are back on the record.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is the public hearing for the Board of Standards and Appeals, April 25th, 2023. The Zoom webinar ID is 851-8345-1507, and the passcode is 914286. We will begin with the item from yesterday's cases. Item number 23, calendar number 2017-31-BZ 107-17 34th Avenue, Queens.
I think it's the next one.
Oh, I apologize. I read the wrong one. Item number 24, 2018-48-BZ 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. Apologies for the error. Peter Rampula is in the waiting room. I'm promoting him to panelist. Please turn on your camera.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone else as part of your team?
No, just me.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please proceed.
Peter Ampula on behalf of the applicant. I attended review session this morning and just wanted to apologize for any confusion we might have had with our statement of facts, and appreciate the board as well as everyone at BSA for being as flexible and communicative to help us get a quick turnaround. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
No
I
comments.
guess no comments from the commissioners, so let's go to the public.
If you wish to provide testimony for this application, the webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. Please press the pound sign. Please press *9 to raise your Zoom hand, and press *6 to unmute once you are called into the room.
Jella, could you please call out the case number again and the address?
The case number is 2018-48-BZ 5205 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. I am not seeing a hand raised.
I think we should put
yet.
the timer on for 3 minutes.
Hmm? 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to recommend closing this application. There is no submission that would be required, and we will schedule this for May.
Thank you.
Have the timer going. You'll hear it when it goes off.
It's 2 minutes up.
No, we have 27 seconds.
Oh, it's a long 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes are up now.
Okay,
Now vote to close.
yes, I make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This item is closed.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continued hearings on the zoning calendar. Item number 27, calendar number 2021-41-BZ, 22-38 Cummings Street, Manhattan. Please raise your hand in the room if you are part of this team, and I will start letting people in.
I think
I know
is
Richard Bath.
Richard Bus, Jessica Pure, Brian Burnell, maybe.
Trying to do this. There are quite a lot of people with their hand raised right now.
So right now, we're only letting the applicants team. So applicants team, please raise your Zoom hand so that we can add you into the panel.
Mr. Bath, are any members of your team in the waiting room? I see John McNally.
Can you hear, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I had troubles last time, so I had my tech people just holding my hand. My entire team is in the Zoom call, but they're only here if there's questions to them. They're not presenting. I'm the only one presenting.
If you could just identify them by name so we can have them all sworn in if need be.
I don't think we need.
We don't need to?
No,
Okay.
I don't think we had any question, except the architect maybe.
I can, the architect is available, but I can answer the questions that were directed at the architect.
Please raise your right hand. Anyone who will be speaking, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, proceed. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Richard Bass. I'm with the firm of Ackerman LLP. I'm a senior planning and development consultant, and I represent the applicant. I speak for the entire team, the applicant. We truly appreciate the board's patience and direction on this application. We have revised it as directed from our last hearing. We now are seeking relief for 3 items. One from the base height for 4 feet and some inches. The maximum height of 9 feet and 8 inches, and 12 parking spaces. That basically is our application. In terms of questions that were raised in the review session, Commissioner Yoon, you're absolutely correct. There were some changes to the McQuirkin associate numbers. I can go through and explain what those changes were, or I could submit them as a supplemental submission. What's your preference?
I assume the changes are intentional and justifiable, or will you be submitting a change to the construction cost estimate?
No, the changes are justifiable. For example, modified roofing. Scheme F has 674 square feet more roofing. That's, those are the explanations, or the type of explanations of why there's a delta between the E and F schemes.
Okay, so generally speaking, the interior fit out items that I was highlighting that are higher, is the question I had is because the total residential square footage is lower. So I would have imagined that things like wood flooring and toilet and bath accessories would have also reduced accordingly.
Correct. For example, on toilet and bath accessories, I'm reading, an email I received from the cost estimator. There was an error in scheme E estimate. Should have read 172 baths would have cost $51,600, which would have been higher than our current estimate on this scheme. So that's the explanation.
Okay, but perhaps it's best done in a submission.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would suggest, Mr. Bas, please listen to the comments that Commissioner Yoon raised. I think it's a very simple question and you may want to look at that. I don't think it changes any of your ask. It just kind of cleaning the documents. And being
Absolutely. Again, for example, the typo on 003. The architect already told me he's corrected. So we can, submit and address those minor concerns. It doesn't change the ask for the variance.
And especially, the cost that Commissioner Yoon is referring to, these are mostly house cleaning and consistency.
Right.
All the other economic analysis. So it's just kind of go through all of those.
We'd be happy to submit, backup information to clarify that.
And provide a cover letter explaining where all the changes have been made and why, and if changes are not being made, why those changes are not necessary.
Absolutely.
Of that. Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Bass, I just, because you're the one who submitted that letter dated April 19, and submitted April 19 actually, and dated April 17. I just want you clarify or confirm the explanations I provided, because in the letter you're saying that the cost for the rock, the underpinning, the excavation, the SOE is not counted in the hardship. You're aware that they were counted in the cost estimate, and I'm okay with that in the construction cost estimate. But I thought what you want to say is they are not participating to the hardship. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Bas and his team?
Well, I mean,
There
if
was the rendering.
the
Sorry.
rendering and the basement versus cellar, if there was any opinion on that?
The rendering was a correction on the previous rendering, which was an estimate. So it was a correction and a change in perspective. And in terms of the cellar and basement, the architect wrote, sorry that I'm reading my phone. The lobby is at street level and its floor is about 6 feet below the base plane and 5 feet, 11 inches of the floor is above the base plane. So almost the entire floor is above the curb level. Therefore, the architect was conservative and considered it as a basement and not a cellar.
Okay.
Is it my understanding that more than 50% of the subterranean?
We can't really hear you, Chase. I'm sorry.
It sounds like from Mr. Bass's recitation, more than 50% of that subterranean floor is below grade, which deems it a cellar, which would be that would be a cellar.
I also believe the definition is to the ceiling, not floor to floor. So I believe that when you take it to the ceiling and you discount the slab or the floor package, you would be definitely 50% below. And I believe that would constitute a cellar. Again, it is a more conservative approach to be a basement. And I'm not sure if it's up to you. I think it is a cellar. And you may have to change your zoning numbers because I believe that would be the correct way to move forward. I also don't think it's a perspective change on the rendering. So, but I think most importantly, if you could confirm that the scheme F rendering shows an accurate representation of the proposal in the surrounding context.
I will confirm that. While during review, I spoke with the architect and he confirmed, but I will confirm that in writing to the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think with regards to the basement and cellar, I would leave it up to buildings department to make that determination.
That's fine.
We can put a note to the plan saying it's for DOB to determine whether it's a basement or a cellar, and same thing goes for the base plane. This way, you're already erring on the conservative side, so you would be covered if DOB does determine it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you speak closer to the microphone? It's a little muted.
Oh, I'm sorry, the mic, yes, all I'm saying is that just to be on the safe side, a note should be added to the plan stating that DOB to determine whether it's a basement or a cellar, and same goes for the base plane. This is for DOB to determine, and while I think you are erring on the conservative side by declaring it to be a basement, it is better for DOB, the agency that interprets the zoning, to make that call.
No, we appreciate that suggestion. When we submit, we'll clarify that with DOB. But again, as you mentioned, we were being conservative by erring on the side of counting the basement as floor area.
Okay, so do add a note to the plan that BSA will, BSA takes no position with regards to basement or cellar or the base plane, DOB to determine compliance,
good.
consistency with the zoning regulation.
Public?
Are there any
any
more
other
comments
question-
from the commissioners?
Right, any other questions? So then let's go to the public.
Oh, Tracy Benke has her hand
Okay.
up.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
I just want to provide some updates, and I have one question regarding seeker. We received the draft RD regarding the LPC, and it's under review by LPC. In terms of transportation, early on in the hearing process, it was noted that we were looking at the parking, and perhaps DOT would review it based on the revised study. Does the board still want a DOT review, or not at this time?
I don't think it is necessary. The commissioners, do you think different? Do you? what
It
is
does screen out via seeker purposes.
Yeah, I think the commissioners are basically do not see the need for that review.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the EAS, I would ask that it would be updated to discuss the revised hardship and any other project parameters that have changed.
And just remind me, the restrictive deck draft, this is with regards to the archaeological thing, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Benke. Should we go to the public?
If anybody wishes to speak on this application, this is calendar number 2021-41 BZ 22-38 Cummings Street, Manhattan. If you're dialing in by phone, the phone number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. If you would like to speak, once you're in the waiting room, please press *9 to raise your Zoom hand. Once you are called, you may press *6 to unmute. And there are multiple hands up. So should I call the first one I am seeing is Dan Haran? May I let this individual into the waiting room?
I'm sorry, Ms. Prenga. Let's just ask if there's any elected representatives in the representing the constituency first.
Good point. Good point. Thank you. Are there any elected officials? I think I see one, Carmen de la Rosa,
Yes,
potentially.
that's
So
council
let
member.
me
Yes.
add them into the room. Are there any other elected officials? Did she in? I don't think she's in successfully yet. Okay. Here we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa. Thank you to the commission for once again listening to us on this matter. This is one that has really motivated and engaged our community, mostly because during the Inwood NYC rezoning, this section of the community really far for R7 a zoning in this area, and there is still significant pushback and opposition to the variance request here. We understand that the developer has come back several times. It is still my belief that the project is still outside of the character of the surrounding neighborhood, and that they haven't made their case for the hardship variance. It is also has been disheartening to actually not hear directly from the developer on this project as the sitting council member in this community. Our community board also, had a conversation with the developer, and there really wasn't a plan for community outreach. And so at this point, I am still in opposition to the variance request, and I hope that you will listen to the heartened community voices that you will hear this afternoon, who are motivated by understanding that we need affordable housing in our community, but that housing should be reflective of the character of the community that, it sits in Inwood. And so I thank you for your consideration today, and I look forward to the continued dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, for your diligent oversight on this matter and giving us your time to make your concerns heard. We really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I also see Paul Epstein. Are there any other elected officials?
Is Senator Jackson or Assemblyman Jackson?
I don't see the senator in the room.
So then let's go to the let's go to the public. I think Mr. Epstein's hand has been up for some time.
Okay, Mr. Epstein.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Paul Epstein from 60 Cooper Street. There is no hardship. In the last two hearings, Commissioner Otley Brown questioned the applicant's cap rate, first saying any New York developer would accept 4%, as given the city's housing shortage, income will go up and the project will become more valuable over time. Last hearing, Commissioner Otley Brown said the derived or fallout cap rates of the proposed project and all three as of right scenarios fall within a very narrow range, which demonstrate that there is no financial hardship. There's not really a very big difference in the rate of return among the four alternatives, so there really is no financial hardship that makes variances necessary. For example, using the 4% cap rate, as of right scenario B, which costs $7.7 million less to build than the proposed project, has an annual net operating income of $1.9 million, has a nice return value of $561,000, not the negative return applicant's feasibility calculations at 4.5%. Today, we've heard that because proposed rents are high compared with the current market for Inwood shown in Street Easy, investors will not be as willing to accept a lower cap rate than the 4.5%. To that, I have this response. Inwood rent data is skewed low because 2/3 of current Inwood rentals are regulated. This project will be unregulated, so we'll have a much higher upside than might be apparent from current rental market. The 2018 rezoning will bring a much wealthier new population to Inwood, mostly into unregulated market rate units. Many prospective high-income new residents will find applicants building much more desirable than the new builds that will go into the eastern upzones area. The upzoned area is on low ground close to the Harlem River, vulnerable to flooding, especially as sea levels rise. Applicants building will be on much higher ground, far from the rivers and not flood prone. Also, applicants building will be much closer to our very popular large parks with their gardens, fields, woods, salt marshes, migratory birds, and of course the cloisters. And applicants building will have better transit access. So as inevitable higher income residents come to Inwood because of the rezoning, applicant's building will be extremely well positioned to be competitive with other new housing to capture them even while raising rents. Smart investors will see applicant's project with a very high upside for net operating income, even at a current cap rate that looks like it's below 4.5%. Therefore, there is no hardship. Finally, is it really BSA's role to make sure investors get a particular cap rate or rate of return and not just a reasonable return, which all the alternatives provide? There is no hardship and the application should be rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, I believe Dan Harron is in.
I don't see hands raised. You do?
Dan is part of the development team. He raised his
Oh,
hand,
he is? Okay, I'm
so
sorry.
he doesn't want to speak.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Anybody
Time
from the
Bur-
public?
I'm seeing Time Bursteed. Elizabeth York.
Hi,
Kate.
can you hear, am I on? It looks like I am, right?
Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes to speak. I'm setting the timer. Thank you.
Okay, Tina Bjørsted, can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much, and thank you for letting me speak. I will start by asking, did Commissioner Sheta receive something that was not shared with the community? A letter submitted on 4/19, and if so, we have not seen that, and our elected officials have not seen it either, okay? So that would be a first point for me to ask that this is made available to the public. And still, this is getting old. The applicant is still applying for variances. It does not need to make an end run around the city's zoning resolution and accomplish a rezoning by variance, which is what this is. While the applicant variances, they are still not justified, and for many reasons. For example, as applicant's financial submission makes clear, alternative as of right projects are profitable. So profits it can make within the limits of the underlying R7A, and 1,000 instead of 50,000 from its $1,000 account. And the bank said no again. Now applicant is coming back asking for smaller variances, as if they're asking to withdraw, let's say, only 5,000 from this $1,000 account, hoping now the bank will find this amount reasonable compared to the previous requests and approve the withdrawal. But don't fall for it. Please do not let BSA stand for Bank of Speculative Alternatives. Reject variances that applicant does not need and the community does not want. Also, any hardship, if there even is any, is self-created, so no variance should be granted. At the last hearing, Artemis CEO Barry Gervich essentially admitted that their hardship is self-created by saying our deal with the Holy Trinity Church was predicated on the concept of obtaining their extra air rights. Now we simply want to be able to use what we purchased. And he referenced that the price they paid would be too high if they could not use the air rights. So that is the definition of self-created hardship. The answer here is, I will try to work with her, but just letting you know, okay?
I see her. She's actually in the room, in the Zoom room. She
Okay.
has her
Thank
hand
you.
raised now. I apologize, Ms. Garcia.
Angela?
Please unmute.
Yeah, I just want to comment on something.
I don't think let's wait till
Please,
they.
I want to respond to what is.
Could we get through the public testimony?
I'd like to respond now, please.
Commissioner Sheta, this is not a back and forth with the public testimony. Let's
No,
listen to all
She
the.
mentioned that I received something, and I did not receive this thing by myself. The entire board received it.
Sheta, I'm
It's
just
not
going to-
important
This is
to-
not
It is.
important. I'm going to.
We will.
We will.
Sorry, Chair, could you come closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Go
For
ahead.
the edification of the record, we will read in the cover letter submitted by the applicant as referred to in the public testimony at the end of the public testimony portion of this hearing. It is part of the record. Thank you.
Ms. Garcia may speak. Please unmute. I'm sorry about that earlier. Didn't realize you were part of Senator Jackson's staff.
No problem. Good afternoon, Board Chair and board members. My name is Joanna Garcia, Chief of Staff representing New York State Senator Robert Jackson, who is the Senate representative for Senate District 31, which includes the development site at 22-38 Cummings Street. From henceforth, any use of the pronoun I refers directly to Senator Robert Jackson. I am writing to comment on BSA item number 2021-41 and urge the BSA to reject this application. This hearing marks the 5th adjournment since the application was filed on June 23rd, 2021. In November 2022, I submitted testimony objecting to the variances to waive the rezoning 25-23 and the rezoning 23-662 requirements. And my testimony today still stands for many of those reasons. Many of the factors leading to today come from a 4-year-long fight between the community and the city over the inward rezoning. At the heart of this fight was the community's demand for affordable housing and conceptual rezoning. This is not a technical argument, but rather an argument based on the role that government agencies and offices play in developing trust with the public. The decision to approve this application would result in eroding the public's trust. In 2018, when the city passed the inward rezoning, its concession to the community impacted was that it would uphold conceptual rezoning while approving plans that will result in thousands of new residents moving into the highly dense residential neighborhood of Inwood. The community had repeatedly and resoundingly expressed concern that at the first opportunity, the city was going to give a developer an out and in essence, renege on its commitment. Voting in favor of this application would amount to the city breaking its promise, furthering the distrust between agencies that serve as stewards of economic development and urban planning and the New Yorkers who live and work in Inwood. The fears of the domino effect of displacement will be validated in any yes votes. Again, I understand that my comments are not on the technical aspects or merits of the application. The applicant has done a fairly good job of using its lawyers to do the bare minimum to do an end run around the inward rezoning. I ask you, as commissioners, to see and go beyond the bare minimum of your responsibilities and use your role as public servants to preserve the community's trust in government and aid in future attempts to engage working class communities in good faith conversations around rezoning. I urge the board to reject this flawed application as it fails to adequately address the needs of the community and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There are several people with their hands up. Are there any other elected officials in the room that are known or staff members? I just want to make sure. I guess the next one can be Ed Baker.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, please unmute and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ed Baker and I live in Inwood at 254 Seaman Avenue. I'm urging the BSA to reject the variance application for 2021-41BZ for 22-38 Cummings Street. I want to be perfectly clear, this application is not really an application for variances. Once again, this is a rezoning disguised as a variance application. This is the 4th time the applicant is trying to get around the R7A contextual zoning the community fought hard for and won with the support of elected officials. The variances the applicant is asking for would normally be accomplished by rezoning, not by variance. Asking for a variance to allow them to add a whole extra story is not small change due to a technicality or quirk in the site one expects for a variance. Changes of this magnitude represent a rezoning rather than a variance. This is an egregious abuse of the variance process. It would be a terrible precedent to set going forward for other property owners who may seek to build more profitable projects than they can under R7A zoning. The whole idea of contextual zoning is to protect our current housing and built environment. If more property owners seek variances of this scale, the whole idea of contextual zoning will be lost. There really is no hardship here. The applicant is being overly aggressive in profit seeking. Artemis bought development rights, air rights, they cannot use. They want the BSA to grant them variances to fix their mistake of paying for air rights they cannot use. Simply put, it's all about greed, which will have an impact in our community in the long run. This community is in desperate need of affordable housing. This project will not provide the community with any affordable housing. Instead, it will only provide high-costing housing that may increase the risk of displacement of current Inwood residents. I've seen this happening throughout the neighborhood and in my building. The applicant told Community Board 12 that this project would not include affordable housing because reducing their rent roll would amount to a self-created hardship. We cannot stop Artemis for offering high rent apartments within the limits of R7A zoning, but there is a reason to grant variances so they can add even more. There's no reason to grant variances so they can add even more units affordable to Inwood residents, while also constructing a building that violates the physical context of the neighborhood. One other important point, the applicant never reached out to community members or their representatives who have expressed concerns about this project. Artemis is not acting like a responsible, community-friendly developer. They do not deserve the variances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth York. Hello, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth York, and I'm from 90 Gold Street, Manhattan, New York, and I'm back with the same message about this application. Again, the application is for rezoning disguised as a variance. The community fought hard for R7A rezoning, and elected officials supported it. I don't understand why we must repeatedly engage with this developer's farce. I have the same message that you've heard from others today. Indeed, you've heard these same messages for years. This application is a rezoning. It should not pass scrutiny and should be rejected. As others have said, there is no hardship. The public shouldn't be required to accept rezoning because a developer claims the project doesn't make enough profit. That's not our problem. Granting the variances will absolutely alter the essential character of the neighborhood, just like their prior submissions. The proposed development with the height waiver is not comparable with the surrounding context, and so this variance should be rejected. This project doesn't provide the community with affordable housing that it badly needs. There is no reason to grant variances to construct a building that violates the physical context of the neighborhood. This application is a rezoning. It should not pass scrutiny and should be rejected. And again, I don't understand why we must repeatedly engage with this developer's farce. Please reject the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. York.
Kate London. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes
Hi.
to speak.
Thank you. My name is Kate London. I live at 30 Seaman Avenue. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this very important matter. The applicant's requested variances are not likely the minimum necessary to afford relief. Actually, as the applicant's financials make clear, there is no hardship. So the minimum variances to afford relief are no variances. But if there were a hardship, the BSA should not accept that the proposed variances are the minimum necessary. A key design change made by the applicant, which was suggested by the BSA chair at the last hearing, was to cantilever part of the proposed building over the land between the applicant's building and the church. This allows the applicant more usable floor space and more apartments per floor. Thus, they can still make a high net operating income with one less floor than their previous submission. And their overall building height variance is smaller than before. And with fewer total apartments, their requested parking variance is a bit smaller. However, applicant did not apply this same design logic to try to reconfigure any of the as of right scenarios. So as of right scenario B in particular is similar to the proposed project in that they both provide parking above the bedrock outcropping. But scenario B is one floor smaller to keep it within the R7A height limits. What if scenario B was modified to include a similar cantilever? Without increasing the number of floors, it would also gain more area per floor and thus make a higher net operating income than calculated in the applicant's financials. In its current form, scenario B costs 7.7 million less to develop than the proposed project. So there's ample financial room, if needed, to try a cantilevered design. The result of a cantilevered scenario B is likely to provide a higher overall rate of return than the current financials. It is likely to come even closer to the proposed project in its derived or fallout capitalization rate, perhaps even match or exceed it. The cantilevered version of scenario B would need no overall height variance. And this is crucial to the community. You're already building 80 feet on top of some 20 feet of rock. It's already going to be somewhat out of context if they follow the R7A. Due to an increased number of apartments, it may need very small parking variance, but likely smaller than the variance proposed in the project. If a cantilevered scenario B is used.
Thank you, Ms. London. 3 minutes are
I'll
up.
just conclude by saying thank you. We would appreciate seeing a cantilevered version of scenario B. The height is incredibly important to the context, and we urge you to say no to the base height change and no to the overall height variance. Thank you very much.
I'm going to let Graham Chiraulo speak.
Hi, how are you doing? My name is Graham Cirallo. I'm a resident of 240 Cabrini Boulevard. And I am urging the PSA to reject number 2021-41 BZ 2020 2238 Cummings Street. I just want to say that the applicant's claim that granting the variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood is still wrong, as it was in their prior submissions. Their claim that their proposed development with the height waiver is comparable with the surrounding context and zoning still does not stand up to scrutiny. While the requested building height variance is smaller than in previous applications, that does not put it in context with the surrounding buildings. Context is what people see on the street. The 9 feet, 8 inches above the R7A height limit of 80 feet that the applicant has applied for comes on top of the higher base plane created by building on top of the bedrock and the higher local sidewalk grades. Thus, from the sidewalk, the building will appear to tower over the existing 5- and 6-story residential buildings nearby by 4 to 5 stories. That is not in context, and that's not in character. Also, the community is getting no affordable housing from this project, as was discussed before. And the project will provide many increase in the displacement of Inwood residents. And I just want to jump back to what Kate was previously saying about the cantilevered scenario. So cantilevered scenario B used its increased floor area to provide more and larger high rent apartments rather than so many studios. So you could provide more higher rent apartments and not so many studios. It may be just as profitable without increasing the number of apartments and thus not need either a height variance or a parking variance. Either way, by not presenting a cantilevered version of as of right scenario B, applicant has not demonstrated that its proposed variances are the minimum necessary to relieve the assumed but non-existent hardship. So that's an important thing to please consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheryl, I'm sorry, Goat.
You out with that. Cheryl Gutcha.
You will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Cheryl Gutcha and I live at 30 Seaman Avenue, which is directly across from the proposed building. So this definitely has a direct personal impact on me as I rented this apartment to have this beautiful view out. And even if the building was built, in accordance to the height restrictions and the requirements, I would still have a really nice place to look out in the morning. I would like to say I agree with what Graham said, that the new building is definitely not in context with the buildings around it, and it will definitely change the flavor of this neighborhood. I moved here for very specific reasons, and I think that the neighborhood is what it is, and we should try to continue to maintain that. So clearly I object the variance, and I would just like to say that Artemis is referencing their restriction of the use of their air rights. However, when they purchased the property, they knew what the restrictions would be. So if the air rights were really important to them, and the height of that building, I just think that they're trying to sell something different than what was originally, what they knew should be built in that space. So again, thank you for your time. We really appreciate this. And I'd like to thank the members of this 30 Seaman and the surrounding area, the members of this group for all of the work that they've put into this. And it's really a heartfelt project for all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Almanzar.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Almanzar. I'm a community organizer and I live on 19 Cooper Street. It is important for the BSA to understand why the compliance with R7A contextual zoning is so important to the Inwood community. The community was not passive in the Inwood rezoning process. There were numerous community actions, including demonstrations, an office takeover, a lawsuit, and more. While many people were against the overall rezoning, one part overwhelmingly favored by the community is the R7A contextual rezoning that protects most of Inwood's existing housing and residential built environment. The community fought hard for R74 and elected officials supported it. Overall, the Inwood rezoning was not a protectionist rezoning to prevent new buildings. Far from it. Inwood's eastern, formerly industrial area was upzoned for residential buildings up to 30 stories and has the potential to increase Inwood's population by 25 to 50%. The R7A zoning for most of Inwood's West 10th Avenue provides some balance. Also, most rental housing in the R7A area is rent regulated. So the contextual zoning is mostly protecting important housing stock that is more affordable than the market rate housing. For these reasons, any application for a variance from R7A requires a careful scrutiny and a special consideration for the community's concern on why R7A zoning was enacted in Inwood. Because our hard-fought R7A zoning is so important to the community, granting these variances will erode trust in the city government at a time when trust in government is so scarce. If the BSA grants these variances to the R7A contextual zoning, it will be seen as the city ignoring its own zoning designation for the benefit of one property owner and it's promising to the community. Inwood's residents, small businesses, and institutions have played by the rules and accepted the parts of the rezoning we don't like as well as the parts that we do. But applicant does not want to follow these usual rules of the city's land use process and instead seeks to use variances to accomplish rezoning. But like Inwood's residents, applicant must play by the rules. Please make sure they do. I urge you not to grant these requests for variances. If these variances are granted, it will make a mockery for various processes and will not generate a mistrust for government, especially in a time that All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Nancy Preston.
Yes, hello, this is Nancy. There we go. Thank you for hearing us today. First, I just wanted to ask, because I did not hear it mentioned, that Al Taylor, our Assembly Member Al Taylor, and also our New York State Assembly Member Manny de los Santos both sent statements to the BSA in opposition of these variances, and just wanted to make sure that they were received, because I didn't hear that mentioned in the beginning of the hearing. Earlier in the hearing, one of the commissioners brought up the renderings that were shown and how they are a little deceitful in not showing the out of context nature, especially showing the Seaman view, looking east to the Seaman view. And, you know, I mean, it's really, you're talking about 4 stories, 4 to 5 stories higher when the whole thing is built right next to 17 Seaman. If you're coming north, going up along Seaman Avenue, it's like a behemoth. And then, of course, seeing it next to a Holy Trinity's Church, which is a Russell Pope building, it's towering over that. Now, certainly that's out of context. So I have to ask you if you can consider more the spirit of what contextual zoning is, rather than all of these technicalities. What is contextual zoning? It seems self-evident that it should fit into the already built environment. And the renderings that we've seen do not. It's pretty clear on that. And this will create a precedent for all of these other soft sites, and there are a lot of them, to come to you and continue to punch holes in the R7A zoning, which was put in 2018. It's not that long. But there were so many meetings with council members and agency members to get this put in the inward rezoning, to balance 30-story buildings that are coming up in our neighborhood. And in fact, right down the block, you have a 17-story building, another building coming up, and on the Broadway corridor, there will be more very high-rise buildings. And this is residential. This is a residential block. So we really ask you to look to the spirit of this rather than the loopholes and the technicalities, so that our neighborhood is not destroyed by this. Is there anything else I need to say? I just really hope you seriously consider the humanistic nature of this, because that can't be lost. We made, we made an agreement with the city. The city made agreement with us for this R7A zoning. We really fought hard. People were arrested. We stopped traffic on Broadway. We got national.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Preston. You're over 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Many of your neighbors want to speak.
So thank you very much for listening. I really hope you take it into heart. Thank you.
And thank you for bringing it to our attention regarding assembly. We received it at 11 o'clock. We were already in hearing before that. So we will read it out now after the completion of the public testimony. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I do not see any other hands raised at this time.
Okay. So it was brought to our attention by Ms. Preston that a letter was sent from Assembly Member De Los Santos. We received it at 11 o'clock in the morning today, so I do not think any of us had the chance to review the letter. So I'm going to read it out, and it says, members of the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals, good morning. My name is Manny de los Santos. I am the Assembly Member representing District 72, which comprises the neighborhoods of Marble Hill, Inwood, and Washington Heights. I appreciate this opportunity to express my concerns with my opposition to the variance application BSA calendar number 202141-BZ, submitted by Ackerman on behalf of Inwood Heights Equities LLC applicant. Through the application, the applicant seeks the waiver of off-street parking requirements and maximum building and base height requirements in order to build a new 8-story residential building containing 121 units and 49 off-street parking spaces at 22-38 Cumming Street, New York City. Development under this application would disregard the contextual R7A zoning, which was an important part of the 2018 Inwood rezoning, secured by the hardworking and advocacy of a longtime Inwood and Northern Manhattan residents, hoping to project this neighborhood's character and environment. Namely, the project would build approximately 25% higher and provide approximately 25% less off-street parking than would be permitted under R7A. Another concern that I have regards housing affordability. The residential building proposed under this application would be unaffordable to low-income members of the community. Current housing protected by Inwood's contextual zoning is mostly rent regulated, providing a level of much needed affordability for tenants. However, the proposed building provides no affordable apartments, and many are concerned that the annual income need to afford these apartments range from 94,000 to 135,800, while the median income in the Inwood is only 55,105. Perhaps we may not prevent the applicant from offering high rent apartments within the limits of R7A. However, we can put a stop to the variance that would add even more unaffordable units to the Inwood neighborhood than R7A would allow. Altogether, the proposed project would cast a shadow over the community, literally and figuratively. Members of the board, in conclusion, due to these concerns, I urge you to protect the integrity of our contextual zoning, protect our Inwood and Northern Manhattan community, and please reject the applicant's variance applications. Thank you. I also want to read out, sorry, Commissioner, did you want to say anything?
No, I was just wondering if we're going to make a brief statement about the letter that was received.
Right, I'm going to read that. So I'm going to read the letter that was referenced by Commissioner Shetta, and one of the public in the public testimony it was referred to. So the letter was received on April 17, 2023, and it was signed by Richard Bass, who is representing the Inwood Heights Equities LLC. It says, "Dear Church, Chanda and Commissioners, please be advised that costs related to rock protection underpinning support of excavation in brackets SOE and rock bolting are not included as part of the hardship that the subject site suffers from. The topography of the subject site, the elevated rock soil condition, and the presence of the existing church building preclude the development of the subject site to the maximum zoning envelope." That was the letter that Commissioner Shetta was referring to. I just kind of, I really do want to thank all the elected officials and the neighbors, the community board members to call in and share their concern. And I do understand where the community is coming from, especially in light of a very recent rezoning that was very hard fought and well fought, and credit to the community board for pursuing it. However, while the zoning was, when the site area was rezoned, it was an area-wide rezoning, and some of the areas were carved out as a special Inwood rezoning where affordable housing was mandated, whereas the rest of the area affordable housing was not mandated, and the subject site is one such site. However, the zoning, when it rezones in an area-wide way. It does not do side-by-side, lot-by-lot rezoning. That would be called spot zoning. So taking the basic intent of contextual envelope that was extended to all the sites that are fully built, and some are overbuilt, and also some are completely vacant, or some are underbuilt. So the intent was to replicate the envelope, absolutely right. However, the variance is just an avenue that is granted only on a case-by-case basis. It does not set any parameter, or it does not open the door for any other development unless each and every site is able to make its unique finding with regards to the site conditions and situations. In this case, the applicant has established the uniqueness of this specific site, and that is unique to this and two other sites because of the rock conditions and the topography of the site. So those were the parameters, and each site, should they even want to consider a variance, would have to meet each and every findings on their own merit, and we will have to determine it based on that. So I understand the concern, but this does not open the door for all underutilized vacant sites to come before BSA. I think those were my comments. Any other comments, anything, commissioners, do you want to raise? Okay. Did I read out all the other letters that we may have received from the elected officials that was not recognized? This is the only one. I
That's the
noticed.
only one that I saw was
Okay.
submitted, which was today. There were others in the past that the board has acknowledged during this whole process of different hearings.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so I think I want to thank everybody for their participation, public and the applicant, for listening to the concerns of the community board and listening to the comments and the direction the board has given. So with that, I want to make a recommendation to close the application. But the applicant needs to revise the document as directed by Commissioner Yoon, especially with regards to just cleaning up the typos, being consistent throughout the documents, and
Provide an explanation.
and provide an explanation where the changes were made and why the changes were not necessary, where applicable. Anything I left out, commissioners? Okay, so with that, I make a motion to approve.
To
To
close.
close. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my apologies. Motion to close only.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shafeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application is closed.
Thank you.
Continued hearings, item number 28, calendar number 2022-38-BZ, 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. Amanda Ionati has her hand raised. Are there any other members here in this team? Amber Cartalian, Kevin Williams. I'm seeing Frederick Otero. Miss Ionati, is Frederick Otero part of your team?
Yes, Fred, Fred, Constantine, Lynn, Alexia.
Let me see, I'm trying to add them all.
Usher.
I think that's everyone, probably. Let me see.
Yeah. But did you get Kevin or Amber?
I believe I let them in.
Okay.
And then I think.
Yeah, we're here, Amanda.
Okay.
All right, everyone, please turn on your camera.
Did you get in Usher? I think they're still in attending.
I don't see them.
Someone missing from the team? I couldn't catch that.
Yeah, Usher, I think, is still in attendees. Usher Brunner. And that should be it.
Oh, I see. Okay, one moment. All right, they're should be getting let in right now. Yep, they're in now. Everyone, please, who's going to speak, I need you all to turn on your camera and raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
I do.
And the dog does.
And the
too.
dog does.
Does not stop. Sorry.
You may proceed. Please state your name.
Okay.
For
Good afternoon, Amanda Ionati on behalf of the applicant. We'd like to thank the board first and foremost for your careful consideration of our latest submission. The team worked really hard to address the board's comments from the prior hearing. Madam Chair, we took a look at your request about an alternative sloped roof to the Sukkah area, and I'd like to introduce Fred Otero, project architect, who can discuss the feasibility of that. We also just went one step further and reviewed and discussed as a team a full setback as opposed to a slope. And he can also address that as well. He did 2 diagrams. I can share my screen. And Fred, if you could just discuss once I have that up, that would be great. I am sharing two side-by-side diagrams. Can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Fred, if you could go ahead.
Thank you, board members. My name is Fred Otero. I'm from JFA Associates. I'm the project architect. So Commissioner, we looked at your sloped scheme, which is the one on the left. And we found that by sloping a portion of the sukkah roof, we must introduce a beam where you can see a dark rectangle. I'm pointing to it, calling it structure, where the transition will happen. And at this point, we would require a beam of significant size, which after fireproofing, finishing, and the separate curbs for each of the operable sukkah roofs, that transition will be greater than 8 inches thick. And under rabbinical law, this effectively is creating a space that cannot be used directly underneath on the floor during the time of sukkah.
So it would be how thick, you said?
8 inches.
It would be greater than 8 inches in thickness.
So it would be 8-inch thick and it would be it's only going to affect that section where the beam is.
That is correct. And I believe that some other members of our party can speak further as to why that is such a detriment. But it effectively divides the worship space underneath it. We also as of right now, we are using a custom system of a mechanically operated roof with these large operable panels that when open can be the floor beneath can be used as a sukkah, and sloping the skylight will also increase the cost significantly, since the forces imposed on the panels would be different and eccentric, whereas we would have a perpendicular normal force upon the roof, upon the operable panel systems. The sloping would create a significantly different type of structural loading on the operating system, which would drive up the cost. If we can even do it, I'm not 100% sure, but I know it would significantly drive up the cost.
You mentioned operable windows. I mean, the flat portion also will be operable and it would be automatically operable, or it would, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is, unlike the flat portion, the slope portion will incur a different structural load. So whereas the flat portion has loading that is normal, perpendicular to the surface of the operating panels, the sloping on the sloping portion of the operable system, even though the forces are still acting downward, because of the slope, it's now what I would call an eccentric force, meaning it's not coming straight down upon the panels, but it's loading it would be loading on the bottom portion of each panel instead of distributed evenly.
Can I ask, what is the material of the opposite portion of the roof?
It'll be a combination of wood and I believe aluminum framing.
So it's not glass, it's not a skylight?
No, it's not glass. It would be an insulated wood panel with some aluminum framing. Lastly, I would like to add that by sloping the roof, it would be adding a significant cost to maintaining this portion, since obviously on a flat roof, a person can just walk around and maintain any, debris, remove any debris, maintain any flashing that could be separated or damaged. Whereas now we would have to contend with a slope of such steepness that it would increase the labor cost significantly.
Commissioners, this is a programmatic needs variance, but these don't seem like
Sorry, we can't hear you.
this is a programmatic needs variance. We're discussing a setback with respect to sky exposure plane, sloping roof versus a flat roof. Is there anything about the imposition of that beam that changes programmatically the use of the space instead of a engineering perspective of cost of slope versus flat? That might be helpful to discuss.
You stated it was rabbinical law. Perhaps that means something that.
Right, so and my first point of critique is that having that structure, which is the structure in the middle that is circled red, that beam and the materials that would be surrounding that beam will create an obstruction to the sky of greater than 8 inches thick. Once we're beyond 8 inches thick, the floor space directly underneath the beam cannot be used. Therefore, we're separating the worship space underneath into two halves instead of creating one uniting space.
Am I to understand that in the flat roof or the current proposal that the entire roof opens without any obstruction greater than 8 inches thick?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. So just so, as I'm looking at the floor plan, so how would it affect the Sukkah place? Because it's for the 8-inch portion of the Sukkah place that cannot be used. I'm assuming the rest of the Sukkah place can still be used, right? I'm looking at the floor plan.
Oh, Amanda, can you bring up the floor plan?
I can stop sharing the screen 1 second.
I'll share
Yeah,
it.
but I just.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Yoon.
I just wanted to say that this is probably a discussion that better had with the experts on the religious focus of the space rather than the functional use, because for us, if we hear 8 inches of use, it means nothing to us. We're like, well, you still have like an extra 400 square feet of open space or whatever. So what's 8 inches? But you.
Sure, can you join in the conversation here?
Yes, I can, and I would rather if Shmuel is on the call, but he wasn't let in yet. We can make sure that he gets into the call, so he'll be able to explain it better.
Yeah, you have to tie it to its religious significance.
I think what the board would like to hear is 8 inches. You can't fit a human being in an 8-inch space. So maybe in some other diagrammatic way.
I think can I speak for a second?
I'm sorry.
Mr.
You can't hear
Schlapp
my
was
question.
not.
Hi. So I think what the board needs to hear is programmatically, what does the imposition of not using 8 inches of space below that beam do to your sukkah space in terms of congregant numbers?
So basically.
He was not sworn in, Mr. Schlapp,
Okay,
so.
so
And it doesn't need to be answered right now.
yeah, I think this might be best in submission, but one other thing I'd like to say is before you speak, please ensure that no one else is speaking and state your name for the record so that this can be just transcribed.
And swear.
And swear in. But at this point, this is a very technical issue that's been brought up, so I think this should be via submission.
So do you want me to talk?
I don't think this is, I think it'd be best if this is done by submission, show us the two options. It said it was a setback and there was also the slope. There was an issue with the slope that needs to be explained as to why programmatically that slope is an issue for this project and how and the amount of the project it actually affects. I believe I have a consensus of commissioners that agree that this is not the forum. It'd be much better in submission.
I just want to clarify with the team. I think there's a misunderstanding. It's not just the area under the 8 inches. It discounts the entire area. Is that correct?
And I think that could be done in a submission.
Yes.
And
We can do that. We can do that, if the board prefers.
thank you.
Yes. Thank you, General Counsel. Vice Chair Shuba.
Okay, any other items to discuss on?
Just looking through the comments from the executive session, there was really not much substantive there. We can amend the note on the subcellar. We can correct the hatching of the existing building area. Fred, actually, if you want to just address the question about whether the vertical column can be aligned better under the new location of the dome.
I just wanted to clarify if I can share my screen.
And I just want to say, this is not something that I'm saying you must do it. It's just something I noticed and looked a little off. So it's something for you to consider. And, you know, if you want to leave it the way it is, that's your call. But I just thought I'll bring it up. If you don't think any needs to be changed, that's okay.
Well, if I could share my screen, I just wanted to make sure I understand it correctly.
Sure.
Thank you. To my understanding, you're referring to these columns?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's it. I just wanted to make sure of that.
Yeah, I think all those like 2 columns, so the domes are sitting visually. What you're trying to represent, the dome is supported by these 2 columns.
Of course,
And that's not being represented diagrammatically. That's all.
of course, we'll look into that.
I know physically that's not the case, but if that's what you're trying to represent, that's not how it's coming across. And that's for all the frontages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just going down a little further, Commissioner Yoon, we've confirmed that the railing should be 42 inches and we'll amend that. And then, Fred, do you want to reshare your screen about the additional elevations? We just wanted to get some clarity on what view you were requesting.
Sure. If everyone can still see my screen, I have elevations from all 3 street sides, and I do have a section cut through here showing this wall, and this street elevation will I'm sorry. So this section shows that view, and this elevation shows this view. So
I'm just looking through it. Maybe you could also pull up the sections. That would
no, that's what I'm doing. So so this is the 3rd view from the 50th Street, and this is the wall beyond of the synagogue. So the area in front is the yard for the neighboring lot, and this section where I indicated previously on the plan, this is that portion of the synagogue beyond as well. So in front of this, it shows that rear yard that you were talking about, Commissioner Yoon. So I was wondering if this satisfies your comment.
What material? It looks diagrammatic. It doesn't have any annotation, so it was hard to understand it as an architectural elevation. Is there material being proposed or any sort of anything other than just a blank wall?
They're just blank walls. The finish would be ephes.
Just indicate the material on the plan.
Okay.
Potentially just a control joint layout or something, just indicate that it's material.
Of course.
I believe we've addressed everything at the executive session, and we will submit on the setback of the sukkah.
Yes, that's the only outstanding. And you did respond to the railing. You said railings would be 42 inches.
Yes, correct.
And Ms. Ionati, to the extent that the imposition of that beam in the sloped scenario creates an enclosure around the sukkah such that the sukkah is now enclosed and can't be used, please not only explain that in a narrative, but suggest an alternative scenario that the beam cannot be located elsewhere to support this slope to create an open sukkah.
So we have looked at an alternate scenario of a setback, not a slope. So a 7-foot setback above the 3rd floor. So the 4th and 5th would be setback 7 feet. I will submit that as well, but it does require a structural beam on the exterior. So I will present that to the board in the next submission with the diagram that I had shown on the screen before.
And can you please also cite the rabbinical law that states that that you're relying on with regard to not making that to creating this issue with it not being usable? I'd be interested in reading where it says 8 inches of the foreign material.
And just accepting that, that there's no other location in this building to locate that beam such that the sukkah could be open within the definition of rabbinical law.
Okay.
For the slope scenario. Thank you.
Sure.
For the sloping roof, the issue is that the beam is gonna be dropping in the space, into the space. Would it be an inverted beam? Is that an option that you could explore?
I believe, I'm just gonna jump it. I believe it's that the entire roof opens and anything that appears within the openable roof is the problem. It's an obstruction to the sky as opposed to, because I also thought the same thing, just upset the beam, but it's not about the whole roof is meant to open. And so you're supposed to have a completely open rectangle to the sky.
Okay.
That is correct, Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public.
I thought that, if I may,
Yeah.
Commissioner Schatz had a question
Yeah,
about
it is.
methodology, the noise methodology.
The
In the review
noise, I
section.
just confirmation that the sound analysis is based on the sound propagation through space, not through wires, like using speakers. I just need a confirmation that this is something that is based on religious beliefs. You cannot use speakers or something like that.
Correct. So that's confirmed. We cannot use speakers during the high holidays or on Shabbos, on the 7th day of the week.
Thank you. Let's now go to the public.
If you would like to speak regarding. Just give me a moment. If you would like to speak, any member of the public regarding calendar number 2022-38-BZ, the subject property is 4902 and 4920 14th Avenue, Brooklyn. You may join via the Zoom webinar, or you may dial in. The dial-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507, and then you press the pound sign. The passcode for this Zoom webinar is 914286. Please, once you're in the waiting room, press *9 to raise your Zoom hand, and then press *6 to unmute once you are called in.
Yeah, regarding the analysis, this is not, you don't have to respond to that, but if you have an answer, you can just provide it. The analysis was done using, is this an acoustical software analysis, or this is just based on spreadsheet analysis?
No,
This is for me.
This is based on acoustical analysis. The individual, the company that has done this has done many large infrastructures and shuls and churches all over the United States and Israel. So this is what they use.
Thank you.
I have to set a timer, so.
How much time will it take, Ms. Anandi, for you to respond to this one outstanding comment?
Not long at all. 2 weeks should be fine.
Um,
Plus the couple of changes to the proposed plans, but I do note seeker is outstanding.
Yes,
What-
we
what
have
is
DOT outstanding and some other items I can pull up, but DOT is outstanding here.
So secret is outstanding.
as well as hazmat and air quality and noise.
Air quality and noise?
Yes, it's just a confirmation we need. It's really not a open review. We need confirmation that an alternative means of ventilation will be provided and an dated EAS. So we basically have a conditional sign off for air quality and noise.
And Tracy, just to confirm, you want to, even though we have outstanding comments on DOT, you want us to just submit the EAS with that alternative means of ventilation note as it is currently?
Just before the close.
Before the close, okay.
Yeah. Or before we can vote, we will need that.
Again,
the time
please
is
do
up.
not speak without being recognized because for transcribing purposes, we need to recognize who is speaking.
Sorry.
Because the video doesn't go always with the transcript. So,
The time for the public is up.
all right, so the time for the public is up. We will schedule it. I do not think May is possible. We will, our calendar is completely full for the month of May. We will, I don't have the June schedule in front of me, so we'll try to see if June is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate for all your participation and this is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you all.
Okay, we are going to take a 30-minute break. We haven't had lunch, so we'll take a 30-minute break. It's 1:20. So we'll back at 1:50, I'm sorry, so everybody's clear on the map.
Jella, do you have two mics?
Okay.
Yeah, do you want this? Would you like that?
That one for today. Yeah.
We're still recording.
Hello, testing. I think it seems okay. This is a good mic.
Yes, we can still hear you. So if you could mute, please.
I am muted.
I think you have to restart the recording.
Recording call.
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Testing.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, members of the public. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for April 25th, 2023. This is a continuation of the public hearing. New cases. Item number 29, calendar number 2022-40-BZ, 334 Van Duzer Street, Staten Island. This is Ron Rosati. Mr. Rosati, is there anyone else in your team? Hello, Mr. Rosati. Is there anyone else that will be appearing with you?
No.
Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board?
Yes.
And respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes.
Please proceed. State your name for the record.
Ron Rosati, good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I heard your comments from earlier today. I'll respond to all those in writing and submit that into the record. I just asked for 4 weeks to make that submission. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Any additional questions or comments? Let's go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to provide testimony on this application, subject to calendar number 2022-40-BZ, 334 Van Duzer Street, Staten Island, please dial in at 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. Press *9 to raise your Zoom hand once you're in the waiting room. Press *6 to unmute. I'll set a timer. Oh, there is someone in the room. Edgar Alvarado is raising his hand, so I will promote this individual to panelist. Please state your name. Oh. Mr. Alvarado, please state your name, and you will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Hello, Mr. Edgar Alvarado. Are you here to speak regarding calendar number 2022-40-BZ 334 Van Duzer Street, Staten Island? This, they have entered, but they're not responding to questions. Hello, Mr. Edgar Alvarado. If you would like to speak, please unmute yourself.
Don't we unmute him? And
He's unmuted.
there he is.
Hello.
Okay, I think I got it now. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the panel. I hear a common theme here this afternoon, just residents of New York strongly invested in their neighborhood, trying to preserve that small little piece of the city. My concerns here are the same. I'm concerned for myself and the neighbors. There's been several variances in our neighborhood that have been approved, and it's just completely out of the context and structure of the neighborhood and of the existing structures in the neighborhood. We have a lot of larger, older homes, and they're being chopped up just like in the rest of the city. But this neighborhood was originally a piece of the Vanderbilt estate. So we have very large, stately homes that are still in good repair, still in good condition. And I'd like to see it continue like that. We have a lot of developers just buying lots and just piecing them up, just like in the rest of the city. An example of a variance was right next to my home at 336. I have 3 feet away from this house, up to my property line, and it's a 17-foot wide house, completely out of the context of the neighborhood. It's an eyesore, and it's pretty much what I'm going to get on the north side of my property as well. So, if these variances continue to be approved without any context of what the neighborhood is like, then this is just going to be a precedent for developers to come in, buy these wide, stately homes, tear them down, and continue to build these skinny homes on these small lots. So I'd appreciate it if you take that into context of this into this variance, and I want to try and keep our neighborhoods the way they are, the way they originally were meant to be. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to be very, I hope you're talking about the same site. This particular site did have a home up till 1950s or so, and it was a standalone detached 1 or 2 family home. And what the applicant is proposing is to basically use that, and it was a separate, it's a separate tax lot, zoning lot, and the proposal is to build on that vacant portion of the land and a residential home that would be a detached home, 2-story. With all the required parking, and so it's not proposing to assemble any sites. It's just proposing to build on that one lone vacant site that had previously a home.
But that home didn't meet the conditions of the current zoning, did it?
And a lot of the existing buildings don't. because these were all pre-1961 zoning district, pre-1961. So if any of these buildings along Van Duzer, the four abutting buildings to the subject site, none of them comply with the underlying regulation that is in place today.
So if the abutment of this home to my home, I don't know what the spacing is going to be between my home and this home. If that causes me any loss of value to my home because of this, how does that get it taken into consideration?
The applicant is not requesting a waiver of any of the lot width, front yard, rear yard, or side yard waivers. The applicant is building everything complying to what the underlying zoning is, which has the minimum requirement of, I don't have all the regulations. Do I have all the
I
regulations?
believe that was 10 feet from the property line.
So all of the requirements of the underlying zoning is going to be met. The only thing the site does not qualify is that in this lower density growth management area, there is a minimum lot width requirement, and the minimum lot width requirement is a 35 foot and the site is 30 foot. So that's the only difference. But within that, whatever is being proposed would still will comply with all the other underlying regulations.
So also the 10-foot distance between property line to the
I
dwelling?
don't have the drawing in front of me, but
Okay.
my understanding is, hold on, let me just. Yeah, all the required elements are being proposed. The minimum distance is, I think the 8 foot is the minimum distance, and there are other requirements. Those are all being met.
Okay, thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this application? I don't see any hands raised in the waiting room. Should I move on to the next application?
Okay, let's just, can we bring Mr. Rosati back?
Mr. Rosati.
I think we did discuss, you were going to submit within 4 weeks. So it's going to be more like a
Yes.
June or a July hearing.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Rosati, in your statement, just do respond to what we just heard. I just want to make sure I was correct in stating that.
Yes. Yes, you are. We're in compliance with all underlying yard regulations. The only waiver we're asking for is that a lot width.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item under new cases on the BZ calendar, calendar number 2022-46-BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. Please raise your hand if you are part of this applicant team. And please turn on your camera. Okay, I have Jason Diaz, Richard Lobel, Alexia Landisman. And is there anyone else that's part of your team?
No, I think that's everyone.
Okay. Will everyone on the team include Mr. Diaz? Can you please turn on your camera? Thank you. Please raise your right hand, all members of the team. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please proceed and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant Tomator Denitra for a variance application of 1005 Bedford Avenue. I'd like to start out by acknowledging Commissioner Otley Brown's statement that this really should be a very simple application, which was made quite unnecessarily complicated by the nature of the submissions. This is merely a request for additional floor area for a religious educational institution. This is the essence of a good variance application in which the programmatic needs of the educational applicant are sufficient to satisfy the findings under 7221. Having said that, I think the way these applications were formally handled, and by formally I mean years ago, the applicant would assert its programmatic needs in a statement of facts. Those would be reviewed by the board, and these applications were handled quite readily. At some point during the process and during BSA's analysis, this programmatic needs report became a thing. And frankly, for straightforward and simple variance applications like this one, it's almost unnecessary to go into this level of detail. And frankly, the applicant here, being a nonprofit and not being extremely well funded, did not seek to spend what now amounts to be tens of thousands of dollars on these studies, and instead produced a study which was much more simply. Having said that, what we'd like to do is two things today. Number one, just to clarify for the record that the programmatic needs of the applicant essentially revolve around the number of girls, female students who will be attending this institution on a going forward basis, and that the additional square footage here will allow the applicant to benefit by having additional classrooms, in total additional 8 classrooms, which tracks to the applicant's ability to offer a minimum of 2 classes per grade. And so the second thing I would note is that we'd like to resubmit on everything, in particularly the programmatic needs, to clarify on the record the number of kids that would be housed here, the number of kids currently attending, how many would be going on a going forward basis. In our recent conversations with the applicant, the numbers, again, everything was done in good faith. The applicant is not sophisticated, but in essence, there were numbers that were reported as far as the existing number of boys in the Bedford location that actually were kids who were at a nearby building and didn't even attend classes here. So the numbers are skewed. So we'd like that opportunity to clarify and to come back. Of course, we'd also like to clarify the situation with the existing building. We understand that there were particularly some issues around the roof, as well as the fencing on the roof, and also along the lines of existing construction of the building. We noted Commissioner Yoon's statement with regards to the construction fencing. We'd also like to, in our resubmission, provide the board with documentations, plans, and calculations reflecting the existing construction and how the building got to be this way. Of course, to the extent that this involved any form of legalization, we would address it and apply for it at the board, and that as part of our resubmission. Having said that, it is actually a significant amount of work, and so we'd like the opportunity to do that on resubmission. The only other thing I note in this preliminary and introductory conversation is that our environmental consultant is with us today, and I understand that there were some more technical questions with regards to traffic as well as noise. To the extent that we want to at least reduce the number of issues to be discussed or better frame the issues, we'd be happy to have him address those today. But having said that, we understand that, again, we apologize for the lack of clarity and would be interested in resubmitting on all the items previously mentioned.
Yes, I think that would be best to go through the documents and simplify the method of
Sure.
analysis. So do you want the environmental consultant to kind of state anything? I mean, I think we were pretty clear. The question, right now, the school has a capacity of 471 and the proposal is 800. I mean, that's a question because we typically look at a projection year of 5 years, not 10 years.
Sure.
So that needs to be revisited by your team, and that may, but regardless, wherever the number falls, the question is, would that result in additional modes of transportation, specifically buses? Because as I looked at the Google Street View and as Commissioner Yoon mentioned, there is a lot of double parking of buses, and these are not wide streets. So how would that be addressed? The buses are only there, I'm assuming, for drop off and pickup, but they shouldn't be parking there for inordinate amount of time. And so there's a little bit of clarity we need in terms of the operational and how the buses are being moved around so that they're not blocking the way. And what will be the projected number of vehicles that would be coming to the site? And noise is very critical because I'm still not clear what is going to happen in the roof. And what is the intent of that fence and why that fence is there and where is the actual play area of 420 square feet and all of that. And that affects noise.
Sure.
And so that needs to be relooked and be very clear and upfront about what's the intent.
And I would just add, so Jason, are there any questions you have with regards to the information that we're required to return or anything, any statements you needed to make?
No, this is all very clear to us. Sorry, this is Jason Diaz from Philip Beebe Associates. I think the clarity that we need to make on our end is, if there is a possibility of the play area expanding past the 420 feet, then we would have to study conservatively, perhaps the entire rooftop as a play area. Even if that's, whether or not that actually happens in the future, we can study that as a worst case scenario and see if we do have, potential impacts on, neighboring sensitive receptors possibly to the north or across the street on Bedford. Because right now we're just looking at the closest receptors to the south across Lafayette, which we, concluded that there would be no impacts, but we could look at that further. And expand that, play area for conservative analysis purposes.
Yeah, and I think that also ties to the programmatic need in terms of how much of open space do you need for the school kids, and where would that be provided, and does it tie in with the intent of the educational, guidelines of the state and also of the school. And I don't think that was very clear, because you're removing two large open spaces and replacing it with just 420 square foot.
Understood. Thank you, Chair. And we understand that we've actually already had conversations with the applicant about required revisions. So this is going to be done in short order and thoroughly. So I really think it would primarily involve a simplification of what's been presented, but also clarifying the actual needs of the applicant. So thank you.
Okay. And I think you should just look at the 5-year projection and not 10-year and develop your argument around that.
I think we had actually reviewed some additional studies which showed a 10-year projection, but even at 5 years, the needs of the school are sufficient to justify what's being requested here. But we thank you for the comment, and we'll focus on a 5-year projection.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I apologize if you already
This
stated.
is Commissioner Yoon.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Yoon. If you already stated this, but can you provide the clarification about the floor area calculation for the existing and the proposed with the fencing as shown, and please document it on the drawings?
Yeah, we'll do so. And Commissioner Yoon, we actually are pulling the additional information from prior DOB filings. So we had inherited a building here and did additional work. So we'll provide all that on resubmission.
Okay, is there still active construction going on?
My understanding, Alexi, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I don't think there is.
It's my understanding there is no construction going on at the site right now.
Can you tell us why there's construction? It seems like construction's going on.
Or why there's still fencing and a portion of this?
We can address the we'll address that as with the applicant's discussion of the we know the construction fencing. We'll address that and prepare it for resubmission.
Okay, great. Yeah, obviously we had a lot of comments collectively, so in the submission we'll be looking for answers. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And I mean, we would just note as a precedential matter that it remains a fairly reasonable application in terms of the bulk request and also the extent of the waiver. We note that on many schools, other than ones we've been before the board on, that we've requested upwards and in some cases 12 or 13 waivers. It remains a fairly reasonable application, but it is the burden on the applicant to demonstrate that to the board, and we will do so.
Right.
Hi, I'm just reading from Biz, the property profile. On April 7th, there was an inspection. At time of inspection, observed temporary construction fence under active job, B as in boy, 00191464, fence adequate and secure, no violation. But it does refer to an active job at the site. So please do revise your statement and submit on that. Thank you.
We will, thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the public. If there aren't any other questions for the team. Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, you do? Go ahead. Ms. Prenga?
Yeah, so would you want a revised programmatic? Would the board want a revised programmatic
Yes.
needs report?
Well,
Or would a statement?
yeah, a statement should be fine. We do, yeah. Statement should be fine, but it needs to be thorough, consistent, and
Reconciled with the
reconciled, yeah,
statement of
with the
fact.
statement of fact.
Okay,
Okay, so just a
clarifying that.
not an additional programmatic needs report or a revised.
Well, I mean, whatever is in the programmatic need, a separate document can be included in the statement of findings. It's just, I'll be honest, it makes it much easier to read the programmatic things separately. Because even though you might be just copying and pasting it, but if you do it, just do it in a way where it's really easy to read and there's consistency throughout all the documents. You don't need to pull together a very colorful chart or anything like that. That's really what I'm getting.
Excellent.
Basic charts right now.
Right, you just want them to hit the highlights,
Yeah.
right? Like the number of students now, the
Exactly.
number of students in 5 years,
Exactly.
how many classes, how many students per
Yeah.
class.
I think the kids call that old school. We're gonna go old school on this one.
Yeah, I think I know what you
Don't
mean.
assume that to be the standard, but just on this one, because this is the second round.
Miss Banky has her hand
This
up.
is the second round, that's why. I know, Mr. Lovell, you're trying to open the door, but I just because this is the second round.
Okay,
I just wanted to say in terms of resubmittal, there was a document, safety operational plan submitted. So if you could look at that as well and update as needed and reference in the documents.
Thank you.
Thanks.
thank you.
Okay,
Are there any other comments? or anything?
let's go to the public.
If you would like to speak on this item, this is calendar number 2022-46-BZ, 1005 Bedford Avenue, Brooklyn. If you'd like to dial by phone, the phone number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. You may press *9 once you're in the waiting room to raise your hand. And once you are called, you may press *6 to unmute. Going to set a timer. Miss Banky, your hand is still up. Thank you.
Okay. While we're waiting for public to call in, how much time do you need to make all these corrections? And please just make it extremely thorough and correct all the errors where possible. And again, I would emphasize, if there is any legalization that requires, this would be that opportunity to identify all of them.
We will do so, Chair. The applicant is under some time constraints, given the educational mission. Having said that, in our last discussion, they said that we should be able to resubmit within a month.
Again, it really needs to be thorough. I don't want to rush you to meet a deadline.
Sure.
Because if it goes back again, if we are not satisfied, it will go back to the drawing board. So.
Understood.
And do we have outstanding environmental? No.
This is a type 2
This is a type 2.
application, but
But there is a noise analysis that would need to be looked at. And then also with regards to whatever comes out of the traffic, we would need to review that.
May I just ask Mr. Diaz, his timing, whether or not to be accomplished in a month? Would you require additional time?
For our work, no. It can easily be done within a month.
Have you
If
done,
not sooner.
the noise analysis for the entire roof, or how would that be done?
Well, we already have the necessary noise data collected. All we would have to do is apply, because basically our play area noise is constrained to that 420 square foot area on the southeastern portion of the site. Essentially, we would just expand those noise values to the edges of the rooftop and then calculate, I guess like the distance corrections between the play area and the closest sensitive receptors. It's a very quick calculation for us. We could have it done within a day or two, really. And then just, revising the memo might take, a little bit more time, but no, this could all be done quite quickly.
And what about the traffic part of it?
Well, for traffic, we would have, I guess we'd include a write-up in either a separate memo or the same memo. But I just want to clarify that, the traffic component, in regards to seeker, there would, this would screen out in level 1 screening. But, for the sake of the BSA's request, we would have to just, basically with coordination with the applicant, we'd have to prepare a logistics plan for the potential for any additional busing that might be generated by the project.
Yeah, I think the reason all of these questions are more towards the neighborhood character. And so the analysis needs to show if there is an increase. Currently, I think you have space for only 3 and 2 bus parking, though I noticed there are 6 I think you're parking in front of the play and the open space also. So if there needs to be a change that needs to be applied to DOT for a on-street parking, though that needs to be addressed also. And then the question remains, where would the remaining vehicles be parked? And the whole logistics of dropping, pickup, we need the operational. Mr. Lobel, that we have done it in many of your schools.
Sure.
So those logistics and need to be presented to justify how this would not result in a burdensome condition for the neighbors. Yes, Commissioner Shatta?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the play area on the roof, it's supposed to be 420 and change square feet.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be better if they located on the other side of the staircase, away from the residential? Because on that side, it's close to the adjacent residential building. If it's on the other side, I believe the impact would be much less, noise-wise.
If that's a good point. I mean, if it's only going to be 420 square feet, yes, locating it closer to the main street of Bedford and Lafayette would be better. But the larger question remains, is it realistic to assume it's only the 420 square feet that is going to be used as open area, or is it the entire roof that is going to be used as an open area? Outdoor play area.
And is the proposal to remove the fence around the perimeter because it's the same roof height?
Are we asking them to remove the fence?
It's really a reality question. Realistically, 420 square foot of outdoor open play area is not adequate in terms of the number of classes that are being held. I mean, I just did a quick calculation. It would mean like if I'm one of the students there, I will have access to that outdoor play area once a month.
Yeah, that's true.
And if I'm lucky. I don't think that's kind of fits in with your programmatic need. So I am questioning, do you really even need to keep that 420 square feet? If you need all of the roof, then do so. But that changes your noise analysis.
Sure.
And that changes how you're going to buffer the surrounding.
So the applicant has no interest in receiving an approval and having to come back to BSA 3 months later for additional approval. So I think that we're going to have a thorough conversation with the applicant so that they can accurately depict the roof and what play area is actually needed for the kids. With the current iteration, I would just note that this is an operating school. The community board did approve this just as a matter of record. So allow us to have that conversation with the applicant. Maybe it sounds to me like maybe we could probably use a little bit of additional time over a month to make sure that all of our ducks are in a row and that that we are, to the extent any additional studies are possibly required. But having said that, we will, we'll make sure to accurately depict the roof area being utilized, and to the extent that additional roof area is sought, we would depict that on the plans and make sure that our studies satisfy that accordingly.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, again, I think the best we can, I don't have the June schedule in front of me. If at all, the earliest possible will be June, if not July. So, and we will get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think we did go to
we
the
did
public.
that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next case.
New cases. Item number 31, 2023-07 BZ 2386 Jerome Avenue, the Bronx. I think it should be the same team.
It's just me today.
All right, please raise your right hand. You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Alexia Landisman on behalf of the applicant from Sheldon PC. We have listened to the executive session and the responses were positive. I wanted to just clarify what the community board. So we met in front of the community Thursday. The application was well received, but procedurally they are not allowed to vote at the land use hearing. And so what they typically do is forward it to the full board. So that's how they do that's how they run their meetings. And so we are up for the full board at the end of May. So we will update you on that. With regards to appropriateness, the client has been in the community for 10 years. As Commissioner Shabeta said, they are providing, a helpful community facility for the area. There have been no violations on the site other than the rear yard, and there have been no complaints from the community at all. With regards to the non-complying rear yards for the neighbors, we're happy to look into that. I know you said that the school also had a non-complying rear yard, or but we'll double check and just provide more insight as to that. I'd also just like to state for the record, the family, the residential homes in the back also have 30-foot rear yards. So they are not, there's no intrusion for our clients because we are built up to 23-foot wall, and then there's a fence on the patio, I should say. And that a survey was provided, I believe. So with that, I'm hopeful that we can close today and we can provide the community board approval once we get that in May, along with the additional information in regards to the rear yards.
Sure. Let's first hear from the public. Any questions and comments from the commissioners?
I didn't get an
Commissioner
answer. Was that-
Shetta?
Yeah, was this a self-certified? That was my only comment actually.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
This application, when it was submitted to the DOB back in the day, was it a self-certified application?
Actually, no, I believe that there was a DOB approved stamp. There was an appointment with the DOB project manager. I'm happy to submit that. I don't believe it was self-certified at all, actually. I think that there was an approved stamp from the DOB.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
No,
you. Let's go to the public.
If anyone from the public would like to speak on this application, this is calendar number 2023-7-BZ 2386 Jerome Avenue, the Bronx. You may join in by dialing 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. You may press *9 to raise your hand. Once you're in the waiting room, if you'd like to speak, and then *6 to unmute. So I'm looking in the waiting room. I don't see anyone raising their hand, but I'll set a timer.
While we are waiting for anybody to call in, how long will it take for you to make these correction or make these additional submissions?
So with the community board approval, probably will be sent over in May after our hearing with them, after the full board hearing, but everything else can be submitted very quickly. I would say a week or actually 2 weeks just to do the research for the rear yards of the neighboring sites. But for the most part, we can get everything to you by the end of May. I had emailed Carlo originally with, we were hoping to get this application expedited only because the client has been facing just like financial hardship because of the inability to obtain a CO for tax purposes. So if there's any way that we can put this for decision in June, it would be extremely, extremely helpful for my client.
Yeah, I think community board can submit its vote as and when it's ready, but do submit your documentation, like you said, in 2 weeks' time, and we will put this on for June decision. And I'm okay with closing it. Commissioners, are you all okay with it? Everybody's agreeing with me? So let the 2-minute time run out and then we'll make a motion to close.
And the district manager did say that it will be May 24th.
May 24th?
Here, yeah. Their community board meeting, yeah.
However, do make your submission before the.
Will do.
The due date when we email you. The
Yeah,
date.
I think the due date is much more earlier than May 24th, so.
Sure, I'll submit that as soon as possible.
Okay, I have a timer. Oh, it's over. Here we go.
Okay. All right, motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. This is closed. The next item is a new case under calendar number 2022-81BZ, 204-34 45th Drive, Queens. And I am promoting Todd Dale to panelist. Mr. Dale, is there any other member of your team? I see a Ben Wexler. There's a Kate London that I think might have been left over from earlier today.
Yes, that was from Cummings.
Is Ben Wexler part of your team?
No, it's just me today.
Okay. He actually just left the room.
Okay,
Please raise your right hand.
very intimidating.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. Thank you.
Please proceed and state your name for the record.
Sure. So good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to the comments and review session. I know there were a few of them, and I will speak to those comments now and then provide any additional submissions to the record in written form later as needed. So first, with respect to the discussion regarding the community board recommendation, what I can state is, having attended the community board meeting, the primary reason for objecting was due to the fact that Community Board 11 has a general policy where they vote against recommending approval for what they term as sliver lots, which are basically smaller lots. That was the reason for the denial as discussed at the hearing. I would state, though, that as I recall, when I was at the hearing, another applicant presented a commercial use or discussion of a lot that was on Marathon Parkway. And based on, I don't have the recommendation in front of me, but based on what the board was talking about earlier, I have a feeling it was a cut and paste issue with respect to the comments of their recommendation. So a little clarification, but the community board, obviously you can reach out to them and find out, but it was really because of a general policy against smaller lots.
Okay. So the
Um,
Marathon Parkway is a carryover from some other case.
As I recall,
That's
know-
kind of what it seems like, because it's
Yeah.
nowhere close to the site.
right, yeah, I think it was another site that, as I recall, there was another application that evening. And look, I've been known to cut and paste in my statements, so it happens.
Happens, exactly.
Right.
Okay.
The next issue that came up is, Chair, you had asked about the dimension at the center point of the lot. We can talk to the architect and have them add it, but based on looking at the survey, we don't have that specific dimension listed. But just so you know, it is approximately 20 feet and 15 feet. So basically it's 20 feet to the widest portion. You know how the lot has a little bit of a jog, I would say. So it's 20 feet to the furthest part and then 15 feet to the narrowest part, but we can add that in to
There
the
is
plan.
a reason why I'm asking that question, and that very much is directly connected to what I had stated as part of the self-created hardship. And if the lots were to be apportioned, that would be the area where you could apportion it and all three lots would benefit and would be as of right. That's kind of why I asked for that dimension.
Sure, and I would actually, that was the third item that I had noted on my list. I would speak to that. I would first say that I would respectfully suggest that it's not the self-created hardship issue that's at question here. I just want to confirm that this lot has been in the same configuration since the creation of the Clearview Expressway. So there really was no action or creation on the part of any property owner or predecessor in title. Perhaps, I don't want to speak for the board, but maybe there's discussion regarding minimum relief. But as far as self-created, I would state that there was no action that created this particular lot configuration. And we provided information showing that it's always been in this configuration historically since the creation of the Clearview Expressway prior to 1961.
I'm not questioning that. I think the reason there is a common ownership, I'm just saying, wouldn't it benefit your client to not have to be before the doors of BSA and do it in an as of right manner by doing a reapportionment?
Well, I would say a couple things. First, I always love spending time with you, so that's not an issue. But I understand what you're saying. I would say I'm not prepared to fully agree or concede to a point regarding a merger of lots or a required merger of lots. But what I would say is that just as a theoretical discussion, if I could share my screen, I'll show you why I think some of the things that may have been discussed among the board would not be feasible. If that's showing now, I just want to show right here. Do you see the site plan I have with the red line drawn? Okay. If in theory, this could be a new zoning lot, the minimum lot width requirement in the R31 zoning district is 40 feet. And the current lots are 50 feet and 30 feet along 45th Drive. So a 40-foot division would be approximately where the red line is. And as you can see, there's an existing garage there. But beyond any existing structure, you would also run into a situation where the minimum lot area requirement for R31 is 3,800 square feet. So this 40 by 100 lot would be compliant with the lot requirements. However, that existing building is approximately 2,400 square feet. I think it's 2,373 square feet, which would be above 0.5 FAR, which is the FAR that's permitted in the R31 district. So if this lot were to be reduced in size, you would create a non-compliant building here. This existing two-story building would be non-compliant. And I will just say, just theoretically, if you wanted to consider the idea of one zoning lot and two tax lots, you would run into a situation where you have a minimum distance between buildings issue. This is approximately 20 feet from the building to the lot line, and that's 5 feet. So you would run into a situation where would be 30 feet that would be required between the two buildings on a single zoning lot. So essentially it would shove any theoretical building here closer to the line, and which essentially, instead of requesting relief here, even if you basically get a tiny little silver building, because you would need to have 30 feet from this building and also the required 10 feet here. So, I understand the discussion that was going on, but just to let, just to know that it just wouldn't work with any sort of lot configuration or permutation based on the minimum lot size requirements and the fact that there's an existing building. I know often there's been discussion on other cases when it's a vacant parcel, but because this is a building that was, records show that this was, I think, originally constructed in 1920. It predates 1961 also. You just run into a situation with the existing structure that you just can't create a compliant lot or a situation where a compliant building could be constructed with an alternate zoning lot or an alternate tax lot configuration.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think one zoning lot, two tax lot is not viable. That's why I didn't post that. I was thinking that two would be possible, but it's a good point. You don't want to create a non-compliance with an existing compliant building that's been there historically. Okay, you've answered my question. If you could just put it in a cover letter kind of thing.
Sure, I can do that. I'll make a note of that. And you know what we'll do? So I will put a note that, we can add that dimension in. That's not a problem. And we can put something in the cover letter about zoning lot arrangement.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Okay. Then let's go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to speak regarding this application, this is calendar number 2022-81-BZ. Address is 204-34 45th Drive, Queens. If you would like to dial by phone, the phone number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID is 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. Once you enter the waiting room, you may press *9 to raise your Zoom hand and then press *6 to unmute once you are called. I only see one person in the waiting room, and that's a member of the public for an earlier application. I'm setting the timer for 2 minutes just to wait for a member, if any member will join.
I think, FEMA map. Commissioner Shetta did ask for a FEMA map.
For this site, okay. I don't expect we're gonna have any issues here in Queens, but I will add that to the list.
If it is in the flood zone, then just add a note to the plan. I don't think this should be because it's pretty much on a high elevation. But just in case, if it happens to be, just put a note in the plan that BSA is not waiving any of the flood regulations, and it's for DOB to review.
So noted that Appendix G flood zone note. Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
sure.
I believe it's not in flood zone, but I just will ask this for the record.
Nope, understood. We'll get that submitted.
Next one is.
Next one is, yes.
The next one's not in flood zone, but I'll show it to you later.
Really?
Yep, I'll show you.
Wow, it looks like, okay. All right. How long will it take for you to just respond to these comments in a couple?
A week. Really, you haven't requested that much additional information. We probably get the firm panel. So, but again, we can be flexible with the board's calendar, but it will not take us long at all to submit this.
Yeah, the application, we had no issues with the proposal. I just had those 2 questions. I'm going to recommend closing it, and I don't know if we have any slot in the May, because I think whatever little we had, we gave those for extension of time. We'll get back to you. I don't want.
Sure, understood.
Okay. Maybe June, but definitely July.
So motion to close.
Aye.
Chair Chanda.
Aye, sorry.
It's okay. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
This is closed. Hearing is closed. And it will be scheduled for decision, and we'll get back to you. The project manager will get back to you via email. Thank you. Next item is item number 33, calendar number 2022-83-BZ, 20 Jolene Lane, Staten Island. And please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. Todd Dale, again, for the applicant. I did attend review session and there were very few questions. In fact, I believe only a single issue that was raised, and that was regarding the firm panel. We can submit, but I'm going to share my screen quickly just to show you two things. And maybe that satisfies the questions, but this is the current plan of record. And I just would note that the architect already put on here, if you see where my mouse cursor is, the flood zone boundary is right there. So the proposed development is outside the flood boundary. And I would just sort of follow that up by, I'm going to share this screen so you can see from the Zola map. And right here is our lot right there. And if you scroll down, where's my 2015 flood zone? You can see that sort of mimics what the architect put on the plans there. The footprint of the existing building, if I get rid of this here, you'll see it's outside of the flood zone right there. But we can submit that panel if you'd like.
Okay.
Is it, I'm sorry, this Commissioner Shira, is it the building or the property?
In my experience, it's been if you're not in, because the concern is how it's going to be the effect on the buildings. So, I mean, the fact is part of this particular lot is actually, I believe, underwater because of the unusual situation of surf. So being underwater is pretty much a flood zone in and of itself. So I think it's just the location of the development that's at issue.
I just to be on the safe side, I want to have a note added there.
Yeah.
In case DOB does raise an issue, it is
Right.
unclear and you don't have to come back to us.
Okay, so let's just do that. Is what we'll do is we'll just ask the architect and add the note that the board has standard, the no position regarding flood and DOB review on appendix G. Not a problem.
Okay.
And I don't believe there were any other questions that were raised.
No, there weren't any. Just let's go to the public.
If any member of the public would like to speak regarding this application, this is calendar number 2022-83BZ, 20 Jolene Lane, Staten Island. You may dial in by phone 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID 851-8345-1507. The passcode is 914286. Once you're in the Zoom room, the waiting room, you may press *9 to raise your hand. And once you are called into the Zoom room, you may press *6 to unmute. And I'll set a 2-minute timer for that.
Okay. So I'm going to make a recommendation to close and you just have to submit the FEMA and the revised plan with the note.
So noted.
Okay. I think we will probably going to fall in that same timeline as the 45th.
That works for us. Thank you.
There's still a little bit more time, excuse me, Mr.
No,
Dale.
no, it's not Mr. Dale. It's coming from the other room.
Oh.
Maybe. The public hall.
Should I talk?
It's strange. It's coming from the speakers. Oh, it's Mr. Dale.
You're muted. I didn't have my speaker on either, so it's.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't realize it.
Timer's up.
Time is up.
2 minutes up. All right, so make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetza,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you.
concludes the public hearing for the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals for April 25th, 2023. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wow, who won, who got the